I'm spinning out, don't wake me up until the end. The river's flowing in denial, I can't fake it. I'm paranoid that all my thoughts are all my friends. Got blood in my chest, fight in my step. No sleep, no rest, no sleep, no rest. Sparks in my brain, am I insane? Trying to light the flame, trying to light it. All these thoughts are battle, creeping up my skin, creeping up my skin. Fears they try to rattle who I am within. Where do I begin? It's one of those days my world is crashing, everything looks on fire. It's one of those nights I'm dreaming, but I'm walking on a wire. All these thoughts are battle, creeping up my skin, burning from within like fire. Run away, I'm going faster if I want to. On a journey, on a mission, never left. No more doubt, no more running from the half-truth. I'm a fighter, lighting fires, knock 'em dead. Got blood in my chest, fight in my step. No sleep, no rest, no sleep, no rest. Sparks in my brain, am I insane? Trying to light the flame, trying to light it. All these thoughts are battle, creeping up my skin, creeping up my skin. Fears they try to rattle who I am within. Where do I begin? It's one of those days my world is crashing, everything looks on fire. It's one of those nights I'm dreaming, but I'm walking on a wire. All these thoughts are battle, creeping up my skin, burning from within like fire. Let it rain through the pain like fire. Let it rain through the pain like. Clench my teeth, I need to end this conversation. Strike a match, cause now it's time to hear reset. No more doubt, no more running from the half-truth. I'm a fighter, lighting fires, knock 'em dead. All these thoughts are battle, creeping up my skin, creeping up my skin. Fears they try to rattle who I am within. Where do I begin? It's one of those days my world is crashing, everything looks on fire. It's one of those nights I'm dreaming, but I'm walking on a wire. All these thoughts are battle, creeping up my skin, burning from within like fire. Let it rain through the pain like fire. Let it rain through the pain like. I could never find the right way to tell you. Every night is stopping me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the EDL Losers Bracket Semifinals match between BDE, Lucid, and G&E Pearl. I am Thunder, and I am joined by Daydream. Daydream, how are you doing today on this fine Friday evening?
I'm doing good. It's a Friday evening. Yvonne contacted me, and I am excited to fill in and cast this game between BDE, Lucid, and G&E Pearl.
Yeah, a little bit of a CCS Takeover Part 2 Electric Boogaloo here on the Elemental League channel. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited for silver gameplay. Hey, you know, it's a best of 5. Maybe we get silver scrapes for our silver matchup, but first we have to go into picks and bans for game number 1. They're coming in, yeah, not too fast, but we get a Blitzcrank coming in first. And I'm going to be honest here. For Silver, I want to see some just wacky and wild picks. I know people are trying to play well, but like, give me like Soraka Jungle or something. I don't know. I'm sure they made something work. I'm getting reports that we've had Renekton support. Yeah, give me that stuff. That sounds banger.
I am personally excited too to see what picks come through, but just taking a look at these bans, and it makes sense. The Blitzcrank ban, if I see a Blitzcrank, I remember when I was Silver, and if I saw a Blitzcrank, I was, very, very scared and / or sad. So makes sense taking away that champion with such easy pick potential. And they're gonna walk in the Galio V1. That is a bold pick. Thunder, tell me how you feel about this Galio.
I mean, look, Galio's gameplay is the R button, and is all you need. I'm a fan of it. The answer is the Wukong and Renata pick. Honestly, if for a Galio that's already going to want to dive in, probably projecting a more of a dive comp, Renata into a dive comp, I mean, that sounds pretty spicy. The Tristana pickup as well. And the Mordekaiser, this is all close range. I feel like the Renata pick's going to be pretty good here. I don't know about you.
Yeah, Renata, especially good into Galio if it is a Galio support. Obviously, Galio being that flexible pick can be picked in the support and the mid lane role. But if you're the side of Genie Pearl, you think, oh yeah, BDE Lucid's definitely playing Galio support. Renata, absolute banger pick here. And they're going to cap it off with the Jhin as well. So definitely playing a more defensive bot lane. Jhin Renata, not really known for their ability to just kill you 2v2, but who knows, it's Silver.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Exactly. Hey, those fourth shots, they get pretty scary. And if you get handshaked in, who knows? Okay, that's an interesting question. Handshaked it's the ability name, but should it be hand shook? I don't know. You know what? It's unimportant. Anyways, more bans are coming in. Jace taken away. Trundle taken away. I guess Lucid are assuming that this Wukong will not be going into the jungle most likely, although technically Trundle's a flex pick, but looks like for the time being, we are getting those top lane bans.
Yeah, just taking away bans from the top side of the map. Both teams have their AD carry and presumably their support locked in. Interesting to see, besides that potential Galio to the mid lane, no real priority being put on mid laners, besides, I guess BDE Lucid did take away 2 mid laners in their first phase, taking away the Corki and that Vigar, but in the second phase of bans, mid's sort of been untouched with the Set and the Jarvan being the final 2 bans for both sides.
Yeah, dang, I always like to see some Set gameplay. I love me my buff Catboy, but hey, you know what? At least Lucid respect him enough to ban him away from the, probably just the top lane. I'm not going to try to copium hard enough that say Set jungle is good, but we get the Orianna mid pick, it looks like, and we are also getting an Ivern
lock it in.
cover. I would love to see
lock
this.
It in.
I would, yeah, this would be great. Ivern mid, Ivern jungle, either one. Come on, just do it. Do it! Don't be cowards! Pick it! It'd be great with the Mordekaiser and Tristana. There we go!
Locked it in. We have Ivern Gaming for BDE Lucid, and that is going to be kept off with the victor. So we were right, it is the Galio support, and I'm kind of curious about this Ivern. Ivern, the jungle enchanter with, a penchant for weird jungle paths, going to be really used to buff up this Tristana, and I guess the Mordekaiser too, but I mean, once Mordekaiser goes to Brazil, you can't really shield him, so really going to be playing on this Tristana, this Tristana Galio, powerful engaged lane, really want to try and punish Genie Pearl's Jhin Renata picks.
Yeah, and to be there, this is very much meatball line versus meatball line with the Galio Mordekaiser and the Wukong and Mundo. And I guess this does mean that the Wukong will be going into the jungle. I'm very interested to see how the Wukong Ivern matchup will play out. I feel like early wet levels Wukong can just go bully Ivern, but who knows? Maybe they'll just want to farm up until level 6 before they just fight over the Rift Herald or something.
Yeah, Wukong not really going to he can definitely beat Ivern in a 1v1 if he finds him. I don't know if Wukong's clear is like that accelerated enough that he'll be able to punish Ivern's jungle pathing. Do I remember that Ivern can really start anywhere, do anything, gank
Yeah.
anywhere? It is Ivern, so
That is true.
you know, as opposed to a champion like Graves or someone else that can like power clear and then go shoot Ivern in the face pretty reliably, it might be tough for Wukong. It will depend on like how familiar the jungler is with this Wukong pathing. Obviously, Wukong sort of only rising to prominence in the past patch, with these W changes with the little buffs. So I'm sure that the junglers that are picking up Wukong might not be able to fully optimize him yet.
Yeah, that is always the question with these new patches, with these new buffs. And speaking of, we are on a new patch as of just a couple of days ago. I'm sure players have practiced it, but it doesn't look like we have too many of the big power champions that have been buffed from the recent patch in this one. That being said, who knows? Maybe we will see them through the rest of the series. But Daydream, I do want to go ahead and ask you, I expect this to be a bloody game. I expect this to be a scrap. Where do you think First Blood is happening? I want you to call your shot right now.
You want me to call my shots for First Blood?
Yeah.
My first question is, why is the Galio locked in for the top laner?
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
I think.
I mean, well, can they? I'm assuming that they can switch. There's no way this is Mordekaiser support, right?
It would be really funny if it was, but we'll save that. We're gonna assume that it's the Mordekaiser top and Galio support.
Yes.
First Blood. I'm gonna give it to the Tristana. I think that this Tristana and Galio, they're gonna sit in a bush and they're going to jump out, and Jin Renata is not going to be able to handshake their way out of that.
All right. I like the call. Well, you know what? I guess I have to guess now. I can't set you up and then not call it myself. That would be cowardly. I'm gonna say that Sethi on this Wukong is just gonna go give the business to Platinum Heart down in mid lane, right at about the 4.5 minute mark, just for funsies. I think that's gonna happen. Victor, the gravity well will miss. Wukong will clone over it and just bonk him on the head with the stick. But that being said, we will see if we get any swaps. Tristana is in the top lane now. You would love to see that matchup in the Mundo, I'm sure. But that being said, we get the final swaps. And once again, just a reminder, this is an elimination series. Whoever wins this best of 5 will move on to face Team TD. Hold on, my mouse is not moving. It's spazzing out. TD Syndicate in the losers bracket finals for the honor to go on to the main finals. So I'm super excited. We know, we saw just a little bit earlier people have G&E Pearl hyped up, but hey, Lucid, how are you liking this draft, Daydream? Honestly, I'm a big fan of this Ivern pick.
I'm a big fan of this Ivern pick too. Ivern definitely, just an interesting champion to see in competitive. Last time I've really seen it up in like Plat Diamond is when Dorado Zeta kept putting Shima and Ivern mid. But I haven't seen an Ivern jungle in forever, and I'm excited to see what it can do. Mordekaiser Victor, not maybe the solo lanes I would have paired with Ivern. I'm not sure he's a good fit in this specific comp, but like, listen, I'll take it.
There you go. Well, we will have to see just how well this comp works out and just how they match up with each other. We will be back in just a couple of minutes for game number 1.
myself higher, so I'm feeling okay. Look at me now, I'm done with the chase. I taught myself how, now I'm feeling okay. I taught myself how, now I'm feeling okay. I wanna take my time to make my decisions, change my mind for no damn reason. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. Break me down, but I won't be in prison. I hold my ground till my heart stops beating. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. You tell me you need me, you tell me you want me, but you know I'm better off alone. You tell me you need me, you tell me you want me. Now I'm feeling okay. I taught myself how, now I'm feeling okay. I wanna take my time to make my decisions, change my mind for no damn reason. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low. Break me down, but I won't be in prison. I hold my ground till my heart stops beating. I'm riding solo, I'm feeling so low.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Rift for game number 1 between BDE Lucid and G&E Pearl. Lucid are on the blue side, Pearl are on the red. Once again, this is an elimination match. The stakes couldn't possibly be higher unless you raise the cows in the sky. And currently, Swag is in the mid lane for the time being, going and saying hello to Gabe Recall.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'm not gonna let you live that pun down. You sort of
You
glossed
no,
over
we
it.
just gotta work. We just gotta go right past it.
Okay.
We just gotta go right
I
on
guess.
past it. Okay. Look, are we seeing any interesting jungle wards? No. Look, we'll figure out where the junglers are going in a minute. There is a very early ward in this pixel brush, though.
Yeah, definitely good to see teams getting early wards. Actually, that is as yeah, Genie Pearl just warding their red, warding the pixel. They are scared of the Ivern, as they should be, because Ivern can commit some crimes on the Rift, commit crimes in the jungle, sort of, do a bit of thievery of the enemy jungle camps with that passive and that smite for the instant clear. Um,
What do you
yeah,
mean?
they
That
just
face is so sweet. He would never steal. Well, I can't. These allegations, they're horrendous.
there's no soul behind those eyes.
It's all put into summoning Daisy. Daisy's the one with the soul. And there we see though the wolf the wolf camp start for the jungler Ivern in the top lane. Swag will be pathing down, but maybe we'll have to see. In the meantime, Sethi on this Wukong got a bit of a leash starting on their blue buff and will be pathing up top. And meanwhile, Umi and Exodia
Look
are
at
sitting in
this.
this bush down here, and you know what? They show their hand. They lack the patience. No trigger discipline these days.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if it's optimal to give up the entire first wave to pull that off, but if they did, I would have respected them for it.
Me too. I mean, hey, look, at least it would have been fun, funky, and fresh. In the meantime, though, Platinum and Gabe Recall are going at it in the mid lane here. Victor with a bit of an early push.
Yeah, definitely Victor and Ori sort of going to be, battling for that wave priority in the mid lane. Mid priority being super, super important if you want to fight around this Ivern or this Wukong, and gonna just be a test of, who can lane better, because those two champions do have like comparable levels of wave clear, especially,
Mhm.
down at this level. I'm sure neither player is gonna be able to like fully optimize everything. So just gonna be a battle of, who knows their champion better, who knows the matchup better to see who can
Right.
set their team up for these early plays.
Indeed. And one thing that we can go ahead and note, Swag has also already acquired that red buff down on the bottom side, thanks to Ivern being Ivern and doing Ivern things. So continuing the clear, but for the meantime, mid and bot are getting pushed in by BDE. We will have to see what Ivern wants to do with it, but Pack, taking quite a bit of damage from Cook here in the early laning phase. Ooh, the Mordekaiser Mundo matchup. I'm honestly not sure who wins this 1v1 in the early game, but Cook is showing pretty strong so far. But, ooh, Seth, he wants to make something happen here. Platinum Heart, this is the early gang, but Platinum Heart managed to go out, and it is first blood. I called it a minute too early. It was the 3:30 mark. Sethi, a phenomenal gank in the mid lane, even got the flash.
Wow, you literally predicted what would happen perfectly. Gravity Well not really doing what it needed to be, just a little too late there, and that's the power of the Wukong invisibility. There was no vision from the side of Platinum Heart, and
Mhm.
suddenly there's the angry monkey in his lane. Sometimes that is what happens, but it is going to be first blood being given over to the Wukong. So already, this new pick sort of being pulled out on the patch, getting a lead. We'll see what it'll be able to do. If
Ooh.
he'll be able to transfer that lead to the rest of the map.
Exactly, and that's the all important question. But Swag is down here on the bottom side in a bush that is not warded. We did just see what HViz set one ward in that bush just to keep the flank protected. And it looks like Ominous Penguin and Viz don't actually want to push too hard here. I respect that. And Swag is now spending a lot of time down here. Goes in, Umi dashes forward, the taunt maybe is going to come through, comes through now, gets one taunted down, Viz doesn't fall yet, Summoner heal coming through, Tristana jumps forward, but the bailout is here, Exhaust comes in, and the Renata Glass falls. Successful gank on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that was very good Tristana usage by Exodia. I think
Yeah.
they might have forgot that they don't get the reset if Renato doesn't die to the due to the bailout, but using the flash anyway, we see in
Indeed.
this replay.
Yeah, and
I'll
we
look
see,
at oh sorry.
no, you are good. And we see Swag just waiting there for so long. The question is it worth it?
Yeah, definitely going to be worth it as we see the flash and the taunt coming through. And this Renata, even if you get the bailout to stop the res, as long as that Tristana is able to flash out, and you see Ominous Penguin doing everything he can to try and get that kill secured back. But, Tristana able to flash out, survives, and that means Renata is dead. So, kill answered back on the side of BDE. Very good to get this Tristana ahead. Really good early game champion that does snowball into the late game with, the range extending every level on her passive.
Yeah, and I do want to say, Daydream, I did technically call the first blood, but second blood did happen. It did go on to the Tristana. So in a way, we were both right there expecting where the early aggression would be. But Sethi back in this mid lane, sweeping out this bottom side brush to make sure there are no wards here. Platinum Heart trying to play carefully as possible, does not want to greed for this wave. Ooh, Swag and Umi are on the way. Platinum Heart, does the communication come through in time? No. Gabe recall with the last auto attack takes down the Victor in the mid lane. And this Orianna 1-0-1, the Wukong 1-0-1 as well. This mid jungle duo, they're starting to look scary.
Yeah, definitely. And that's, the second play that's happened with this Wukong, with this Orianna in the early game. And this is even, before Wukong has a Cyclone, that time, Orianna did have the Shockwave, so that's, really good opportunity for them. And this Victor, Platinum Heart, already falling behind in the matchups, died twice, down 2 waves. It's going to be hard for him to sort of come back, get that advantage, and get that scaling that Victor also desires, trying to get those evolves. Once that laser gets that little aftershock ability, it's going to be so much easier for him. But if Victor bleeds out too much before that happens, then, they're going to be knocking on your door by the time you're a strong champion, as we see more invades coming through. Actually, it's gonna back out. No fight gonna be happening yet.
Yeah, and I mean, it's exactly as you said, though. It's, ooh, hold on, Swag coming in, gets handshaked down just a little bit. But Sethi and Viz, they back off. It looks like teams are fighting for priority over this Drake. And my question now is, Pack, a good amount of CS down, was like 20 CS down, but has now caught up exponentially. Pack does have the TP and Cook doesn't. Do you think this Mordekaiser finally coming down to the bottom side and having an impact should these team fights start breaking out around these objectives? Do you think that is going to be enough to really start swinging this in the side of Lucid's favor?
Might be tough. Teleport is not unleashed yet, so Mordekaiser would have to teleport to either the mid outer or the bot outer turret. I'm not sure if that's a decision that Mordekaiser wants to make. Definitely, already struggling in lane to this Mundo, and if you teleport to a fight, especially if the fight doesn't go well for you, if you don't pick up a kill or two, that's so much pressure that you can sort of being alleviated from this Mundo. Mundo will be able to just control the wave, do pretty much anything he wants, and this matchup that's already going poorly is going to go even worse.
Yeah, and speaking of matchups that are going poorly, Exodia does manage to get out. Umi gets caught up, though, gets knocked up. The spin to win has come through. An ominous Penguin takes down the support. Exodia thinking about going back to getting a trade, but no, the 3v2 in the bot lane goes in favor of G&E Pearl. This Galio pick, it's done a little bit, but I don't know if it's done enough. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Gabe Recall gets caught in the gravity well. The Chaos Storm gets dropped right on top of him, but flashes out, and that's a lot for absolutely nothing but a flash.
Yeah, definitely, and we see both junglers making plays, not exactly on opposite sides of the map, but in different lanes, and we can see the impact Sethi has had in the early game already, having that 100% kill participation, able to sort of dig their bot lane out of a hole that was created, and BDE Swag has been trying to make plays across the map as well, did sort of help secure that kill in the bot lane, but mid lane play only burning the flash from Orianna, the shockwave still up for them as well, and the impact that this Ivern has had in the early game is not as much as the Wukong has had. Ivern obviously does scale into the late game, but is sort of known for being able to take advantage of those creative jungle paths, and unless this late game Ivern is going to become, a monster, Sethi might just be able to run over the game as they've already been doing.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Daisy make an appearance yet, and Sethi has made multiple appearances. Is going to get spotted on this ward here, so Pack responsibly will just step on back. Again, losing more farm, now down 20 CS, although the wave is pushing into them. And for the time being, nobody really cares too much about this first Rift Herald. First Dragon, the Hextech Dragon, did indeed go over to BDE Lucid. Next up will be the Infernal Drake. So we will either be getting an Ocean Soul or a Cloud Soul coming up here soon. And Sethi, again, hovering around this mid lane. Sethi knows what they want here with this Wukong pick, and it's to bully the hell out of this Victor.
Yeah, Victor definitely not having a fun game of League of Legends tonight on Summoner's Rift. Not able to make that play, with Ivern work out, and is still sort of just getting pushed in this matchup now that Orianna has that kill advantage, has that small item advantage. It's just, even harder for Victor to match this, permanent wave clear and this permanent pressure that Orianna is able to provide.
Yeah, and now we are seeing Sethi go on a little bit of an invade, just a little bit of a walkabout, going and checking to see what's going on in the southern quadrant of the jungle. Meanwhile, top laners, they're duking it out. Two meatballs throwing fists at each other, and Pack gets the solo bolo on Cook. A kill going over into Lucid's pocket. Oh, hold on. We got a mid lane play too as well. Maybe, no. And it looks like G&E just say, hey, you know what? We don't want any of that smoke. We already lost one member.
Yeah, Pack, like you said, two meatballs fighting it out in the top lane. Unfortunately, Pack does also have a giant metal mace, able to use the Death Realm
Oh, the
to
corpse
sort of.
is still there.
Look at him, he's so sad. Yeah, and the instant teleport coming back to Cook was able to have that early advantage in the mid lane, but Mordekaiser with the items, with the passive, with the Death Realm, absolutely taking Cook to Brazil and beating him down there. And that one kill gold, and obviously the wave that Mordekaiser was able to crash should allow Pac to sort of have the better of this matchup for foreseeably like the rest of the game. It's gonna be tough unless Pac, makes a misstep or Cook gets an outplay in this lane. With that Riftmaker complete, Mordekaiser should now have that advantage, and tempo in the top side should be swung over to Big Duck Entourage.
Yeah, and speaking of tempo, that is the first mythic of the game in the pocket of Pac the Riftmaker. Even though Sethi has been making plays all across the map, the first kill going over to Pac put the first mythic of the game in his pocket, and that will just make sure that the rest of this game and the top lane goes pretty well for him up there. And despite being continually down in CS, is continuing to perform, is up in levels currently on this Mundo. So this Mordekaiser gets scarier and scarier as the game goes on. The Infernal Drake has spawned, so we'll have to see where junglers want to go. Exodia and Swag in the bottom lane, a new 2v2 as Galio is roaming in the river. I want to see, I want to start to see these players set up for these objectives, set up for these Drakes. The first Herald, it's still up. Nobody has fought for it yet. It looks like for the time being, nobody yet will, but the Drake is the priority for the time being, which is very interesting.
Yeah, we see this Infernal Drake going to be the target of both teams. It's already started up by GNE Pearl. We'll see if the fight comes through or if it's going to be taken uncontested.
Ooh, Sethi goes in. The spin to win happens. That is a lot of members sent berserk by Renata Glass, and Gabe Recall gets the first kill. It's immediately traded back onto the Wukong, and there's a second for both teams. Everyone's dying on both sides of the fight, but Exodia is still alive, is still kicking, is still jumping. An ominous Penguin tries his best, but it just doesn't matter. A double kill for the Tristana. A clean team fight and a Drake as well.
That's a bot cap if I've ever seen one. As we see in the replay that's coming through, you see Wukong starting off the Drake, but he doesn't want the Drake. He wants a fight, getting the Cyclone onto 2, but there's no follow-up. The Renata ult is there, but we see Umi getting a 4-man taunt going absolutely crazy. And speaking of going crazy, Exodia, that is one jump, killing the Jhin, and then turning his sights on the rest of the team, jumps over the blue buff wall and absolutely Goomba stomping the entirety of GNE Pearl.
That is what you want to see out of a Tristana, right? Just popping off, going for those resets, going for those outplays, and it works out. 2 more mythics completed for the side of BDE. That said, Divine, Sunderer, Ludens, Gale Force all finished for GNE Pearl, so those item spikes are starting to come through. But, one thing to note, Cook was not there for that team fight. Those Unleashed teleports, they are live, they are active, but Cooks was down for that insta TP back after Pac got the solo kill.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that now that the TP is unleashed, this Mordekaiser is going to have so much more presence in a 4v4 like that. BDE was sort of already winning that fight, so there was no need for Mordekaiser to wait that TP, but if something like that happens again, Cook still doesn't have to teleport, so BDE already starting with like a potential numbers advantage. It's going to be hard for GNE to sort of wrestle that tempo back, and we see the Rift Herald being taken for free with no real cross map being able to be had by GNE Pearl. As Sethi was able to make stuff happen in the early game, but after that dragon fight, after that solo kill, it's things are looking BDE right now.
Yeah, and Platinum Heart doing a great job on the bottom side, just, keep fending off the 2v1, absolutely no problem. The wave clear that you talked about before, coming in clutch here. Doesn't even have a mythic item yet, and is more than capable of dealing with this 2-member bottom lane for the time being. Well, I'm interested to see how this will play out. Exodia now has swapped to the mid lane on this Tristana, and if you're GNE Pearl, obviously you're not out of it yet. You're down 1,000 gold. Where are you looking for them to have an impact? What lane do you want to see somebody pop off? Does Sethi, Sethi's already had an impact. Does it need to start being a little bit of a monkey 1v9? Or maybe is Gabe kind of the one to look for to press the advantage?
I think that it's probably best. This Tristana, very good by BDE, was moved to the mid lane. Already 3-0, has that mythic item, and it's definitely going to be more of a pressure point for BDE than Platinum Heart. So with BDE leaving Platinum Heart sort of on an island in the bot lane. Well, actually, you see a
Oh,
fight coming through.
hold on, we do. Ominous Penguin just ticks down. Exodia is on a rampage. The exhaust hits BDE Swag to save the Renata, but that was such a fast kill, we hardly even had time to see it.
Yep, that's as I was mentioning, Exodia definitely the point of power for the side of PDE. You see maybe more happening. It looks like they're gonna back out.
Yeah, just the Rift Herald charge. The turret still stands for the time being, but yeah, no, you were correct. Exodia just making their own pressure and doing a pretty good job of living up to the obliterate.
Yeah, definitely. We see Platinum Hearts sort of chilling in the bot lane, completely uncontested on this Victor, does have the mythic item. And Gabe Recall, if Gabe Recall and Platinum Heart are both, doing nothing in the bot lane, that's definitely a BDE favored lane assignment, as Platinum Heart wouldn't be able to provide the same amount of pressure that Gabe Recall would. So I want to see Sethi or someone just go and punish this Victor even more. Sort of just
Right.
farm gold off of him, farm waves, get that bot tower as well, and just try and mitigate, anything that Exodia can do in the mid lane. It is hard if you leave like Exodia alone on a tower. That tower will melt due to the Tristana's explosive charge, so you won't be able to have much of a numbers advantage. But if there's anyone on the team that could dive a Victor, I think it would be Sethi and Gabe Recall. So want to see a play like that if BDE keeps their lane assignments the same.
Yeah, and we almost saw Uman get caught out in the jungle, but it's what Sethi was doing at the start of the game. Oh, hold on, Pack and Cook, they're duking it out again. There is no Mundo passive for the time being. Mundo pops the maximum dosage to try to heal up. It has already been used. Pack has already used an ultimate as well, and they continue to duke it out on the top side of the map, but it looks like we might be getting a little action bottom side. The Cloud Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. It will be Cloud Soul. It looks like for the time being, BDE have control over the river, and that means G&E Pearl have to walk into them, and actually a phenomenal Ivern plant here, and Ivern Bush is just gonna block vision off of the Drake. Hold on, the Jhin ultimate, the curtain call comes in. Sethi does manage to get in and steal the dragon. That could be huge. That delays the soul. The Berserk comes through the hostile takeover, but it's not enough to keep the Wukong alive. Hold on, we're about to see the Galio come in. Orianna does manage to take down Platinum Heart. That is 2 for G&E, but it might not matter. It is currently 3v3 in the river. Mordekaiser is duking it out with the Renata solo, and for the time being, it looks like we're all going to disengage. Dragon going over to G&E Pearl. They get what they want out of the fight.
That's about as good of a play as you can hope for G&E Pearl right now. As you see in the replay, Sethi using the stealth, uses the E, uses the Cyclone to disrupt and get alone with that dragon. Does go down for it. The Renata W not able to do anything, but the Renata W actually stalling out for long enough that Sethi dying at the start of the fight doesn't mean that BDE instantly aced the enemy team. Ends up going as a 2-for-2, and we can see BDE look for something to answer on the other side, looking for a kill to get like something out of losing that dragon. But G&E Pearl is just able to walk out, without any consequence really. 2-for-2, and the dragon going over to them. I thought that once Sethi was able to get that smite and he went down early, I thought that that would have been it. BDE would have just watched the team fight, 5-for-1, 5-for-2, but they just weren't able to get those kill confirms that they needed, get the kill confirms that they got in that earlier dragon fight.
Yep.
As we see maybe a play brewing in the top side.
Ooh, Swag is up here, but so are 2 other members of G&E Pearl. It's a 2v3 on the top side of the map, and we can see on the mini map that Exodia is on the way up. Was thinking about it, but everybody managed to disengage, and G&E Pearl, they try to go for another play, but Pack and Swag, they run out of there no problem. Currently, there is a 3,000, a little over 3,000 gold advantage for BDE. They did lose the Drake. Their stacking is delayed slightly, but they are still firmly in control for the time being, it seems like. And, Platinum Heart, Gabe Recall, they're continuing to duke it out. Gabe having to march away as Exodia is on the way down, jumps in place. Meanwhile, the shockwave comes through and Platinum Heart is taken out. If you're Gabe, you'll take that. Exodia having to come in to clean up the kill.
Yeah, definitely both mid laners having a bit of a 1v1, Exodia coming in to break that, making it a one
Not
for one instead
honorable.
of a yeah. I mean, it's playoffs. You got to do what you got to do.
Death before dishonor.
Yeah, but we see BDE having to send a lot of members down to the bot lane. While it was just Exodia and Platinum Heart that participated in that kill, Swag and Umi were there as well, and that allowed the side of G&E Pearl's bot lane to crash a wave into the mid lane. They weren't able to get the turrets, Jin not known as a ADC who does very much to turrets, but you know, alleviating some pressure in the mid lane, allowing this Jin to crash a wave should be, definitely good. If you're BDE and you're sending 4 members to a play, you want to hope for more than just a 1-for-1, especially when you are the team that does have the gold lead.
Exactly. And if you're Pearl, Gabe, Gabe is perfectly happy with, committing the ultimate to killing the victor, and then, you die in response. I mean, hey, it happens. That said, BDE, they did get the bottom turret off of that. That went, Exodia pretty much got all of that into their pocket solo, and they're now sitting on 2 full items. The Mordekaiser as well sitting on 2 items, and there we see on the gold 1.6k for Exodia over the next highest Gabe recall. I mean, that is a fed Tristana, and fed Tristanas can do a lot of dirty work. Already, we are seeing a ton of damage onto the Mundo just from a couple of auto attacks. This Tristana is scary. Where do G&E Pearl look to really shut this down, Daydream?
Yeah, you have to one-shot the Tristana, hit him with the Cyclone, hit him with the Shockwave. Bonus points if you are able to interrupt that rocket jump. It's sort of a bit of a mind game between the Trist and the CC champions of GNE Pearl to see if you can get that buffer off or if Tristana will be dead meat. Trist, has that Kraken Slayer, has that Lord Dominic's Regard, looking to build that Infinity Edge. You are not going to be able to tank that damage. This Mundo is going to be absolutely melted. So your only chance is to really one-shot her, with that Ori, with that Wukong, maybe a Jin Gale Force coming in to finish it off. But you see Shirelius popped. Will there be a fight?
Yeah, that was pretty early. One thing to note, Swag has purchased the Zhonya's, so it can survive a little bit longer should a big team fight break out. Both top laners are on top side of the map, but they do have teleport. We see the first one coming in from Cook. Meanwhile, Pack has not committed the TP yet. It's 5v4 for the time being. We'll have to see if Genie Pearl can take advantage of this. They are down 4,000 gold. Platinum Heart sitting in this bush has revealed their position for the time being. Umi takes a brief dash in, gets a knock up, but nothing too crazy is happening. And in the meantime, Pack is getting the wave pushed in. Genie Pearl, their time is now. The shockwave comes through. It gets 2. The Wukong is spinning. Ominous Penguin takes down 1. Wukong gets another. The turret falls in the meantime, but it just doesn't matter. Wukong falls. Jin gets the shutdown. An exhaust onto Swag, and all of a sudden, Genie Pearl, they win the team fight. Pack, all he can do is push that top tier 3.
Yeah, definitely not a good look for BDE. They had Pack in the top lane, but instead going to get engaged on this. We see in the replay, Umi, I believe, tossed the E out, but then realized that, maybe it's not a good fight to take, and G&E Pearl see their opportunity. The Shirelia's popped, and this is the combo that I talked about, a Cyclone into a Shockwave. It doesn't catch the Tristana, but it doesn't matter as the rest of the team gets melted. You see the Gale Force and the 4th shot to the throat as Exodia gets shut down by Ominous Penguin. And while you did get a lot in the top lane, if I'm Mordekaiser, I'm very sad to see my team get iced like that.
Yeah, of 4 kills and a dragon in exchange for a tier 3 turret and a little bit of extra farm. Not sure that's a deal that I want to take. Genie Pearl, though, they have that they essentially recovered about 1.5 thousand gold. There is still the bounty on Pack up on the top side of the map. That is a potential juicy target for them to go after. That being said, I say top side of the map. He is now on the bottom side of the map. And we'll have to see if Genie Pearl, how they're going to take advantage of this newfound gold, these newfound items in their pocket. They have completed a couple. Ominous Penguin working on the Zeal item as well, trying to catch up to the Tristana, maybe even beat her out to the 3rd item. We'll have to see. I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon, but now Baron is up 26 minutes, 27 minutes in. I'm interested to see, do G&E Pearl want to try to take the Baron? Are we going to see posturing around that anytime soon? Or are we just going to continue to see duels over these stacking Drakes?
I think both teams definitely, are going to be looking for the Baron. We see in this gold graph, G&E Pearl with the early game advantage, but after that, first dragon fight and after those, fights where BDE were able to sort of use the power of Exodia's Tristana, the gold lead, has gone into their favor. Even though they did lose the last team fight, they still are ahead. They still are the team that is making the first moves here.
Yeah, they were in the river first for that most recent team fight, and we saw how that went. It seems to be whoever is in the river first gets to take advantage of that and force the enemy team to walk in, and that is just, that's the recipe to a winning team fight if you force them to walk into you for the time being. Sethi currently trying to go in, clear out some waves. No jungle camps really for Sethi to clear. There is wolves and Krugs, but Sethi has juicier targets, namely a Tristana in the mid lane. Now, that being said, turrets for everybody are getting a little bit sparser, but for the time being, there are still 2 for G&E Pearl to grab to pick up that gold. But if you're the Tristana, if you're Exodia, you need to start, needs to start getting these tier 2 turrets to, get up to the possible Infinity Edge and those bigger items. Otherwise, maybe this Tristana stagnates, and you mentioned that the Tristana can say, okay, you know what, I was trying to make a point, and then that's just a purchased Infinity Edge. All right, Tristana's fully online.
Yeah, Tristana absolutely going to destroy anyone that is unfortunate enough to get auto attacked a few times by her. Definitely going to be the character that all of these fights sort of revolve around. We saw G&E Pearl were able to take her out in that last fight due to some good play by the Jhin, using that Gale Force forward and getting the port shot off before the flash. We'll see if anything like that is able to happen again. Tristana is still a very, very slippery target, but it's sort of a double-edged sword with her, because to play her optimally, you do want to be, using your jump aggressively. You do want to be putting the pressure on, but if you do it, in a time when you can't, then you're going to die, and, you can't afford that as a Tristana. You can't rely on your Victor to be able to burn through everything on his own, and we'll see. It's going to come down to whether this Tristana can weave through these fights effectively, or if G&E Pearl are going to be able to pull the trigger and take a teamfight victory.
Oh, hold on. This is a stacked bush. Viz has to flash away. The heal committed as well. 2 important summoner cooldowns burned before the team fight in the next minute. And BDE, they are grouped up in this brush. They are committing to it. Swag, Umi, Pack, Exodia, they are all here. And Gabe is very, very tentative, sending out that ball, wanting to make sure that nothing too scary happens. Did spot that ward placement, has called Sethi down. They know something is up, and Sethi now waiting in the bush for the time being just to make sure that Gabe doesn't get spotted out. And there is the ward to spot out the 4 stacked in the brush. That said, though, there is only 30 seconds until the Drake, so BDE, they're more than happy to stick around here. They know nobody is down here, and Cook, in the meantime, TP is back up. We'll have to see if they want to go for this turret, just like the Mordekaiser did in the last team fight, and it has already fallen. Again, TP is more than live, but this time, at worst for BDE, it will be a full 5v5. I think they like those odds a lot better. Hold on, here we see... Yeah, Cook goes in. That is a lot of damage onto the Mundo, and there is the shutdown. Tristana gets 1, but the shockwave comes through. Does it do enough? Not quite. Sethi does get bailed out, but not for long enough, and Daisy is sent into the back line for the double knockup. Gabe recall tries to get out, but it doesn't matter. Buster shot comes through. Exodia obliterates 3 members of G&E. That is going to be sole point for BDE.
Look at that Tristana absolutely commanding the team fights, playing on a knife's edge, as we see in the replay. Mundo TPs in, decides it's going to be a 5-on-5 fight, but we see all of the BDE walking through the choke. Mundo goes down, and the flash over the wall from Tristana gives him a little second to breathe as he jumps back in, getting so low throughout this fight, but able to survive. Jumps into the Orianna, doesn't go down thanks to a good taunt by Umi, and Exodia doesn't die, able to win the team fight. It's pretty much as simple as that for now, as that's going to be sole point being taken by BDE. And G&E Pearl, they opted into that fight. They said, Mundo, we're not going to go for this top tower. We're not going to look to cross map. We are going to fight this. And I thought it could have been bad. All of BDE were clumped up in that one choke outside of blue buff, but you know, if you have the opportunity and you're not using the shockwave, you're not using the cyclone, then, you know, what are you doing? That's what your
Yep.
comp does. And, you know, seemed like a big missed opportunity from the side of GNE Pearl to sort of get a big wombo combo onto the side of BDE.
Yeah, because you know they had the information, they knew where people were, they just weren't quite able to execute upon it. And you know, speaking of increased items, Tristana has picked up another BF sword. Wukong has purchased the Death Stance as well, but also another item on the Tristana is that Executioner's Calling, even more heal cut. Now on the side of BDE, if this Mundo wasn't dying fast enough already, I mean, Cook is just not going to be able to survive a team fight for more than like 10 or 15 seconds, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Cook, you know, has those tank items, has that Crossfire Gauntlet, has that Thornmail, which I feel like is the most important one. If you're able to get that heal cut onto the Tristana, the healing that she's getting from, she probably did take Bloodline, right? I would hope she took Bloodline. Very bad if she didn't. But any healing that's coming out from Tristana or the other, you know, champions, as we see, no, Tristana did take Alacrity. So I guess Tristana
Ah,
isn't healing. So you can't be countered by Thornmail if you don't have healing.
I
That's a
guess
big
it's
brain play if I've ever seen one.
there you go. There you go. Can't get heal cut if there's no healing. It's just the meme. Tap the side of your head. But you know, I
Yeah.
mean, I guess it's Thornmail for Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I mean, Thornmail obviously does have that like auto attack reduction, which is that auto attack reflect, which is okay against Tristana. I feel like that's not why you're buying Thornmail.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to see if this Mundo is able to make an impact on the Tristana, and we'll have to see if the Tristana is going to be able to do anything without, you know, much in the way of healing. Going to have to rely exclusively on the peel, but we see the Baron started up.
Yeah, GNE Pearl, this feels a little bit desperate. Daisy does get rooted down, but Umi wants to go in. Flash goes in with the E, goes for the taunt, manages to get two. Platinum Heart takes down Viz. The Mundo manages to get the Ivern, but that is the support character. Cook gets Buster shotted back, and in the meantime, Mordekaiser takes down Gabe Recall. Doesn't even have to commit the Death Realm. Cook flashes over the wall trying to get away, but you can't get away from this Tristana. That is an ace, and that will be the Baron for BDE.
I think desperation, as you said, was the best way to describe that fight by GNE Pearl. Starting up the Baron, they have clumped themselves in the pit, and once that TP comes down, there is no way out. You have to fight your way out, but we see the bot lane getting absolutely melted by the Chaos Storm of Victor, and Exodia just able to slip away from any dive, any pressure that's being placed on him. And like I said, if Exodia is surviving these team fights, BDE is just always going to win them, even able to catch Cook on the back end of that fight. It's going to be Baron and a clean ace for BDE Pearl, and now they're sort of going to turn their sights to the base of GNE. I think I said BDE Pearl again. I don't know why I'm saying that.
Look.
I am sorry.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. They both end in E. You know, look. Hey, it happens. It happens. They'll be switching up all over the place as we progress through the series. But I mean, one thing I want to point out: this is a 7-1 and 10 Tristana. That is 17 out of 19 kills. That's what 92% kill participation. It's close. It's around there. Okay. Look, I know you're not supposed to do math on cast, but hey. You know, I like to make a fool of myself. It's for the entertainment value. In the meantime, we'll have to see if Genie make a fool of themselves once more around the Dragon Pit, because the last time it didn't go too well, and Exodia just goes over the wall, and Cook is just dead. That was 4,000 health within like 3 seconds. The Mundo just popped like a balloon. Exodia doesn't care how much health you have. He's just gonna kill you.
That felt personal. That was, I don't know what to say about that. Cook getting melted. The Thornmail does not, in fact, save you from that one.
No.
I mean, now it's at least reducing the lifesteal from the full Bloodthirster that Exodia has.
Yep.
But at this point, it's too little too late. It's, you know, if your tank isn't strong enough, or, I mean, Mundo was not behind that much.
No.
Relative to the game state. I think it's more that Exodia is very, very ahead, and now the
Yes.
Ducks are marching They are knocking on the door of G&E Pearl's base, and we'll have to see if they're able to use the siege power of this Tristana. One explosive charge to that tower, and it is going to melt. But we'll have to see. Still, playing it safe. They're going to instead turn their sight to the mid tower, or what was left of the mid tower. I blinked and it disappeared. That's going to be one inhibitor going down on the side of BDE already. And I think they're going to be content with that. Walking away, have soul, have 4 items. All they know that this game is in the bag for them. All they need to do is not throw it all away. We see
Yeah,
them moving up to the top lane.
Yeah, and sometimes not throwing can be the hardest part of all this. As Exodia wants to go in on Cook again, the turret just goes boom. It doesn't even matter. The bailout does not matter either. Jhin falls. Umi goes in with the ultimate, maybe a little bit back of where it needed to be, but goes in with the taunt, managed to get one, and it looks like, BDE, the Baron buff has dropped off, but they don't even care. They are going for the Nexus turrets, and the Buster shot gets through! Well, the Wukong was at full health! Viz tries to bail out in the fountain, the hostile takeover comes through. That's a triple, that's a quadra! Was that a penta? Is the number gonna come up? No, it wasn't. Oh no, but Exodia! The 1v9, it doesn't matter. G&E, they get dismantled.
ADC gap. Put it in all chat, put it in lobby chat. Oh my, what a performance from Exodia.
19,000 gold.
Alright. Thundry, odds on Tristana being given over to BDE again this series.
0%. 0% chance. If I'm Ominous Penguin, that is the most terrifying. Actually, if you're anybody, there's no way, right? You just can't. You just can't, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can't. They might, but you can't.
Yeah, like it's just not allowed. I mean, loser does get to pick side. Maybe G&E Pearl, they take blue side and say, hey, you know what, Exodia, you're not actually that good. Tristana's just broken. I'll take Tristana. And you know what? I did say at the start of this, there weren't any of like the major power champs that were buffed in this most recent patch. Like there's no Silas, but if I'm correct, Tristana was buffed. And so, maybe I had the read wrong on the meta. Maybe Tristana is just broken, and maybe G&E Pearl understand that, and they just want to try to first pick it this time. Maybe. The Jhin did not seem to work out into it that well.
So the Tristana buffs, it's 80 per level, which basically means if you are able to get an early advantage like Exodia did, that means the game is over. That means you've won. But Tristana still, struggles if she's behind. It's just,
Right.
it's a useful buff, but any Tristana that gets that fed is going to be, committing those crimes on the Rift. And shout out to Exodia. I don't want to assign that performance to just say, oh, Tristana is broken. Exodia went crazy on the mic right there.
That was
That
nuts.
was. You could
That
not
was
tell me
bonkers.
that was a performance. That was a show. That was a work of art. Tristana flashing over walls, jumping back in. I mean, listen, I'm casting flat leagues. I have not seen a Tristana perform as well as this Tristana did. So big shout outs to Exodia. BDE definitely gonna give their ADC a pat on their back. As Thundry, do you have any other comments about that game?
If Cook, don't feel bad about yourself, but sometimes that HP bar, it's not about how big it is, it's about how you use it. And just it happens, it happens. But that being said, we will have to see what the next draft will look like and how these teams will use those drafts in upcoming game number 2. We will see you there in just a moment.
There's a part of myself I'm missing. Now I got a lot to learn. When I lie this way. Ooh, ooh, gave you the shade. And I found the place that my heart's in. I finished the things that you started. You, made me this way.让你进入这深层的世界。每一面唯有你能感觉，喝下你的毒药让我感觉醉了，带我去到不同的空间。But the mirror shows a different face, and I've grown to look the other way, telling myself it's only the start. Baby, look what we've done. You, ooh, made me this way. Ooh, ooh, gave you the shade. And I find the place that my heart's in. I finish the things that you started. You, made me this way. Want you out of my head. 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 Want you out of my
Let me back it up to the start of the climb. Faced with an army of vipers and lions, I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the liars. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist. Got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money on a therapist. Couldn't fix me, I accepted it. Gladiator, gladiator, gladiator. Pick to fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer. Bone shaker, dominator. Freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are getting into draft for game number 2 between G&E Pearl and BDE Lucid. G&E Pearl, they got in the words of Daydream, Goomba stomped by the Tristana from Lucid in the last game, and they have decided this time to start on the blue side. We are getting into the picks and bans. Looks pretty similar so far, but Daydream, if you're G&E Pearl, what are you looking to do in this draft? Okay, you know what? They've banned the Tristana away. I felt like that was an easy answer.
Yeah, I mean, alright. You banned the Tristana, right? Which
Yes.
I definitely think Tristana is like a unique champion. It's not going to be a, that's the B1 Mordekaiser.
It is.
Well,
it's
maybe-
a takeaway, though.
That's a takeaway. Maybe you think the Mordekaiser is the problem as well, and then in that case, yeah, take away the Mordekaiser. Cook wasn't really able to have much of an impact on the Mundo, and
Right.
I don't know how much you can prescribe that to be like, you know, the Mordekaiser's fault. I feel like it was more of the Tristana absolutely tearing through the Mundo's health bar, but you know, if you think that maybe, you know, you could do more on that champion and you just want to take some comfort away from BDE Lucid, B1 Mordekaiser is an answer. And speaking of things that are answers, Ornn is an answer to some champions, not to Mordekaiser though.
I was
Thunder,
about
how
to
do you
say.
feel about this?
No, we Daydream in the CCS where we. Okay, hold on. That's a second Galio. Okay, that's a second Galio game in a row. That'll be interesting. But the Ornn pickup, we've seen some Mordekaiser Ornn matchups in the CCS, and to put it kindly, the Forge God's hammer is much smaller than Mordekaiser's hammer, and Mordekaiser's hammer just kind of wins. Like, it's not even really like, it's like a ball peen hammer versus like just a war hammer, and it's not good to say the least. But Pearl, they continue their picks. They get up Lucian. It looks like they're gonna get the Karma as well. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a fan of this top lane.
Yeah, weird hammer metaphors that I don't understand aside. Mordekaiser definitely known as the counter pick into Ornn. We saw, if you follow pro play, EG Impact was able to pull out the Mordekaiser against, I believe, Sunday's Ornn game. It was
I
either
believe it was someday. Yeah.
it was either in the TL series or in the 100 Thieves series, both of which ended in very merciless 3-0s either way. And the Mordekaiser was definitely, you know, the answer to this like Exodia Ornn pick that, you know, LCS players were finally figuring out was good. But interesting that BDE is opting into that matchup, and I haven't talked about the Kog'Maw. There's a Kog'Maw.
There is, and
There's a what?
okay, all right. Well, you know what? I want to ask you: is this ADC Kog'Maw, or is this mid lane Kog'Maw? What's a Kog'Maw Galio bot lane like into a Lucian Karma bot lane?
I'll tell you, the answer is bad. So
What makes the bot lane better? Galio. Okay, what's better in the bot lane? Galio support or Kog'Maw ADC?
So how it works is that Galio is sort of decent as an anti-engage champion in lane. I mean, you don't really see him in the support role because A, Renata exists, B, Renata exists, and then at that point, like, Braum exists as well. Galio not really, his kits have sort of been tuned away from the support role, especially after that, you know, W flash interaction was changed, but Galio struggles into supports like Karma, who don't really want to engage you, and instead they want to just shove waves into your face, essentially paired with what I hope is a Lucian ADC, although like Lucian can be flexed, there's other ADCs that can work in this situation as well. And Kog'Maw, not an early game champion too, so can't really do anything, just gonna do, I can't even finish my point, that's a Malphite.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Graves jungle, right?
Okay.
Karma
That's not what I
mid,
think is
Lucian
happening, by the way,
ADC?
but
I'm guessing. I'm trying to guess,
Alright.
and it looks like Lucid are trying to guess too because they pick up the Orianna mid. That's I guess that's the safest pick. But all right, Daydream, walk me through what the hell is about to happen. Are we gonna see like Malphite? Are we gonna see Malphite jungle?
Okay, so I think the optimal way to set up these champions would be Malphite top, Mordekaiser jungle, Graves mid, Lucian Karma bot, given the
Mordekaiser
matchups.
jungle.
Okay, I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't think Mordekaiser jungle is popular enough. We were running it in CSL scrims. We actually ran it on DNX, one scrim set too. It's like
Oh.
good. I don't think it's gonna be played. I think the more likely result it's going to be full AP Malphite blind mid because why not? And then Mordekaiser top Graves jungle.
I
But
guess.
I think that's fine. I think like
Yeah.
Malphite's not gonna have fun into Ori, but like that's on you. You blind picked Malphite mid. Like I don't know what you expected. Graves, I mean maybe okay. I think Graves mid Malphite jungle would also be a better way to set it up. But then can Malphite jungle? I don't
Okay.
think.
My only knowledge of Malphite jungle is a game that I tried it because I was trying to have fun in a 5-stack, and then my top laner stole my red buff. And let me tell you, I didn't have a good time, but it was top lane Jax with red buff, so we still won. So the solution, what I'm gonna say here is that just let the Mordekaiser take the red buff and you'll win. But no, I don't think Malphite jungle does anything actually.
Okay. I mean, okay. I'm gonna play some devil's advocate for a potential Malphite jungle that I don't think is gonna happen. By the way, I'm pretty sure it's Malphite mid, but I'm gonna devil advocate for this anyway. Malphite jungle is probably super vulnerable into like stuff happening before level 6, right?
Yes,
But
very
like
much
once
so.
he's level 6, he's probably like in okay. You know, he has okay ganks. You know, just like flash old bot lane.
So it's just a,
What does Nocturne do before level 6? How does Nocturne
you know
punish
what?
a Malphite?
True,
He probably could. He
true.
probably could like walk into Malphite's jungle and kill him. He definitely wins a 1v1, right? But
Yes.
is he going to? Is the question, right? Like Jhin
Yeah.
Renata could have survived against Tristan and Galio. I feel like Renata's really good. Did they? No, they
No,
didn't. They
that's
died.
true.
So
Okay.
what champions can do versus what they are going to end up doing
That's
is
a very key comparison.
it's a
You're
very key
correct.
comparison, especially in in a silver league. So we'll have to see. I want to see where these champions go. I'm excited.
I'm so interested because like the other thing I don't even know what else I'm thinking. Like what if it's Mordekaiser mid Malphite top? Are we like what if they just really bait and switch us and just put the most boring top lane in existence that Ornn is just gonna win anyways and just bait us with a
And
Mordekaiser
once
mid?
then you're just double counter picking yourself. If you have
That
more
is
into
true.
Ornn, and then
That
Ornn
is
into
true.
Malphite.
The thing is, this
Mm,
first reveal is going to show us absolutely nothing important.
I mean, they're just gonna switch it around anyway to mess with us, right?
That is true. Although technically BDE are the ones that did that last time. Well, hold on, they might still just mess with us because
That's not where you need to be, friend. Unless
okay, we
I
shouldn't
mean,
get baited. We shouldn't get baited.
unless Sethi is locking in the Mordekaiser right now, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
We'll
I
have
don't
to
I don't know
see.
if they're watching this. Lock in the Mordekaiser jungle. At least make me feel something. Why are we
Okay,
picking the Galio first, by the way?
I feel like okay, Pac did this last time. I think, Lucid they're probably having a bit of fun. They're probably cheesing a
Pack
bit.
Pack
I'm
talk
just
to me, buddy.
we can work through these problems.
We
You
can,
don't have to
we
do
can figure
this.
this out. I have been so like hung. Oh, there it is. There it is, Sethi.
Oh, if you called it, I will be so impressed.
This is probably the optimal way to like do this. I don't like Malphite into Ornn. I feel like at that point you just B5 a champion that is better into Ornn than Malphite, but it's definitely I feel like the best iteration. I feel like Mordekaiser jungle is wait, what Mordekaiser jungle does is he clears jungle camps very effectively.
Okay.
And into a Nocturne, like you're not really like pressed to do anything in the early game. But by the
Right.
way, I haven't even talked about BDE Lucid's comp, and I have words. I have
Go. Pop
words.
off, Daydream. Let him
I have
hear it. Let
words.
him hear
All
it.
right. So you have Exodia, the absolute girl boss on the Tristana last game,
Mm-hmm.
and we're drafting 4 champions. We draft Ornn, Galio, Nocturne, Oriana. Now Thunder. Tell me what those champions want to do.
Dive.
They want to dive.
They want to
Tell
go
me,
in.
tell me what Kog'Maw wants to do.
Run away
Kog'Maw wants to
and die?
survive. And
Oh.
if all of Kog'Maw's friends are sort of in their team, Kog'Maw's not going to have a fun time. And as an
No.
ADC player, it feels absolutely criminal to drop a 12-kill Tristana game and then have your team say, bye,
Get put on
we don't
Kog'Maw
love
duty.
you anymore. I mean, Kog'Maw is fine, right? Like, I don't hate Kog'Maw as a pick individually, as long as you're
Right.
like pairing it with champions that like help him at all. Because the Kog'Maw's not gonna have a fun time laning. You have Kog Galio versus Lucian Karma. You're going to get absolutely reamed.
I think
And then he's not gonna have fun for the rest of the game either. I
Wait.
feel personally slighted by this.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the potential Graves Ord matchup, but
Oh my
it
god, they're
looks
doing
like
it.
they've
They're
locked.
Oh my god, this
Oh,
is optimal. I like maybe I like
let's
this, right? This is like
okay,
the best
yeah.
way to do it. This is the best way to do it.
All
But then
right.
can Sethi play Mordekaiser jungle? I mean, the Wukong didn't look bad. Like
Yeah, maybe the top laner's jungle is the play.
yeah,
Well,
I mean, I'll respect it. Mordekaiser also did get that buff on the most recent patch,
that's true.
which are the level triggers 1-6-11 for the moves? I don't remember if it's 1-6-11 or 1-11-16 where the movement speed goes up. If it's 1-11-16, I don't think it really does anything to his clear, but if it's
Right.
1-6-11, Mordekaiser is going to be getting extra move speed every time he procs his passive. And after level 6, like you're still clearing camps at like 7, 8, 9. That's going to make his clear even more efficient, and he's going to be able to accelerate himself even faster into that mid game, which is where Mordekaiser jungle would shine.
All
I
right.
I like it. Any closing thoughts before we send it over to a break?
No, I am no thoughts, head empty. I just want to see these teams just duke it out on the Rift again. Last game was bloody. This game is absolutely wet, wild, and wacky fun. So we will have to see just what happens in a couple of minutes for game number 2.
I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead, hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize and I throw you to the side? And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad in control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. you fill you full of dread till you go. This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll see what happens. All the people on fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2 between G&E Pearl and BDE Lucid. This is a best of 5 series losers semifinals matchup. Whoever gets taken out in this series goes home, or, well, just sits in their chair and watches losers finals and finals from the chair that they're currently sitting in. But that's besides the point. This is for the marbles, just not all of them. And we'll have to see if G&E Pearl can bring it back after just getting walked all over in game number 1.
Looking cool, Thundry, with that very smooth introduction. As let's take a look at runes and I was gonna say runes and masteries. God, I'm such a boomer. Let's take a look at
Oh!
runes, and that is an airy Kog'Maw. You hate to see it.
Oh no.
You hate to
Oof.
see it. Receiving word from our production that those are in fact Oriana runes, and you know it might have been through all the comical swapping, maybe a program like Blitz. GG put Oriana runes on Kog'Maw, but
Hey,
my hot take that this is an opportunity. You just
yeah.
go AP Kog'Maw here, right?
I mean, why not? You know? It's not like Kog'Maw's going to be doing much else in this series.
Right? Your entire team has abandoned you. You're not gonna be able to play, Machine Gun Kog'Maw, Exodia. I mean, maybe if Ornn and Galio like play to protect you, but like, I wouldn't. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the time you're solo queue. Well, this is not solo queue. This is a comp team, so maybe you can trust Ornn Galio to protect you. But the alternative strategy is you just help them out. Shoot your ults at them. You know, maybe this is a sign. We'll see if Exodia takes that sign though. As we get into some early laning.
Yeah, I don't. It is, the Kog'Maw has the barrier. Umi also has the exhaust. So this bot lane is definitely a little protect the president focused. We'll have to see how that pans out against a Lucian Karma bot lane. To be fair, they did get the wave pushed in first, but both junglers are pathing up to, or actually, they're pathing opposite directions. Mordekaiser started on the bottom side, and they are both going for those full clears. I fully imagine them to just, wait until level 6 until they start duking it out. That being said, we could see some early action. The early action last time from Sethi proved to be pretty effective. It didn't end up working in the long run, but, could have been worse. Looks like Recall going up, placing a ward on the Raptor pit, so they know that Swag has already cleared it out and is most likely pathing towards the bottom side of the map, letting Ominous Penguin and Viz know, hey, just in case, play a little bit more careful. But, if you're a Lucian Karma bot lane against what is probably going to be, at best an AP Kog'Maw, maybe you get a little aggressive here.
Yeah, I want to see. I mean, okay, I see Lucian Karma. I see Galio Kog'Maw. This should not be happening.
Yeah.
This is weird to see on my screen. In fact, Lucian
It's the
Karma.
Airy.
I don't think it's just the Airy gap. The Airy might be helping. The Airy might be helping, but it's kind of criminal that Exodia and Umi are being allowed to play League of Legends, let alone play League of Legends to this effect. I want, HViz and Ominous Penguin, well, actually it might be just too late for that, but just Mantra Q the wave, just hit the wave, hit them in the face. But speaking of hitting things in the face, okay, no one's going to be hitting anyone in the face in the top lane. My transition is wasted.
It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. I appreciated it.
Yeah, but we see the effects of this cross map or Malphite being Malphite and Mordekaiser being spotted making a play in the top lane, as that is going to allow BDE Swag to go get the crab, not the crab, the Krugs on the first respawn. It's Nocturne just able to cross map, and Mordekaiser not going to answer with the Nocturne's Krugs. So he's probably walking to his own Krugs, going to be spotted on the ward as we see a gank coming through.
Swag goes in, double exhaust, get, drop, the taunt comes through onto the Lucian. Umi tries to go forward to get the block, and first blood goes over to Exodia, committed the flash for it, and all of a sudden a solo kill in the top lane. Malphite wins the tank 1v1.
Airy gap, right? That's what we say here?
Yes, Airy gap indeed. Airy and Comet Gap, those blue runes, they be going hard.
Yeah, we see Ornn Malphite. I pretty sure it shouldn't be like unplayable for the Ornn rather. Obviously like Malphite with the Q poke is annoying, but like at some point that's just like skill, not skill gap, but like how you played that specific matchup gap, I guess.
Right.
Malphite able to sort of get the better of Pack, very good by him. But getting a kill on your Malphite versus getting a kill on your no.
Oh, Umi, farewell, sweet prince. Recall gets the kill. This Graves starting to get a little bit ahead of this Orianna, even got the early push, and that's going to be a very early Drake for Pearl.
Yeah, that was a very good play, using the priority gained by Gabe Recall and, the power of this Mordekaiser jungle, able to just set up that cheese to pick off Umi. That was almost like a very premeditated play, good planning, good execution. They seem so sure in that. And, that's one way to get an early advantage, get those dragons stacked up early. Really good for G&E Pearl, as they're also going to finally get this bot wave crashing, I hope. As Penguin will be able to get that wave under, and that's sort of more how I expected this bot lane to go for the side of G&E Pearl. Lucian Karma, crashing the wave, and then Karma being able to affect the rest of the bot side for plays as we see something else happening.
Oh, a flash out of that spectral hand from Platinum Heart. It is the summoner spell committed, but it is also the life saved. I mean, if you're the Orianna, you got to take what you can. These lanes are already looking rough.
I mean, another game where Sethi is able to make stuff happen in the early game. This time on the Mordekaiser, a pick less known for its early game than, the Wukong. I mean, BDE Swag also, though, was able to make a play happen in the bot side. And, goodbye, Umi. Oh, welcome back, Umi.
He's
That's
back.
unfortunate. But we see Swag also is doing stuff on the map, but it felt like game one Sethi was doing more early, and Swag on the Nocturne isn't really going to be able to do much more than he did. So we'll see if the tide sort of changed with the introduction of the level 6 Paranoia, which should be coming in about, I think, let's see, about 2 more camps or so, 1 or 2 more camps for this Nocturne, although He's sitting over the wall. Does he want to like flash E? Because honestly, that would be kind of a cool play.
Oh, just sitting there to
Oh,
get experience from the
sitting there to get
wave.
XP. That is some big brain stuff. That is.
You know, yeah. Hey, you know, that's some gold level mentality there. Let's go, BDE swag. You love to see. What?
Oh, and another solo kill.
The Malphite ultimate coming through just deletes the ore, and Pack is struggling on the top side of the map. And that means just that's Rift Herald going over to G&E.
Yeah, that early tempo being created by this Malphite pick. I like the idea of like, you know, putting the Mordekaiser jungle. Well, I mean, Mordekaiser also beats up on Ornn, right? But I like the idea of like doing some crazy flex to get a better matchup. I didn't think Malphite was the matchup that like going to 1v9 turbo stomp Ornn, but like
Yeah. Apparently
I
it
mean,
is.
apparently it is. I mean, it's probably like Malphite favored, right? But
I
I
mean,
is it? I think it
is
just
it?
might be
Is it?
player gap, right?
This might be. I don't want to say it this early, but it might be a little player gap because that is
We see Swag going
absolutely
in.
insane. Oh, here we go. The paranoia comes through, but Swag is too far ahead of the team. The spell shield is in, but Swag is low HP. Has to flash the mantra Q. Gets out of there in time, and Penguin and Viz successfully fend off the gank, not even committing a flash.
Yeah, Nocturne very eager to use that level 6, but if Umi isn't able to get in with like a flash taunt or anything is able to stop this Lucian Karma from expertly kiting back, then suddenly, you know, this Nocturne found himself a bit too far forward, and you know, with that gank failing bot, G&E Pearl has the tempo to make a play, and the play they're going to make is using this Rift Herald to secure plates for this Mordekaiser and this Graves.
Yeah, Umi is on the way to try to protect the mid laner and does so successfully, but this mid tier 1 is under a lot of pressure, has taken a lot of damage. Now we are looking at the top side. Cook has a 2-level advantage over Pack, is zoning the Ornn off the waves. You know, Ornn is still, you know, up in CS a little bit, but so, you know, multiple levels down, just now hit level 8. I mean, this is, you know, at the very least you can say you still have your ultimate here, but Cook wants to get aggressive again. Plenty of poke coming down onto this Ornn. I didn't know Malphite top was this OP. I mean, it's making Ornn look like a like paper bag.
Yeah, Cook definitely not taking kindly to getting one shot by Exodia last game. just going to win lane and then a Malphite ult this Kog'Maw in the face.
Exodia has a barrier and no other tools to escape. I mean, this is like if you're Exodia and you're hearing Pack, you know, in the Discord call say like, "Oh God, I got solo killed again." You're just hearing the Jaws music start, and at around the 14-15 minute mark when they fight for a soul point, that's when the shark's gonna come up, and that shark is just a very, very angry rock.
Right, we see the dragon fight gonna be started off. Look at Swag taking so much damage early on.
Oh man, Umi goes in, but the taunt completely whiffs. Penguin and Recall, they're trying to get the damage in. The exhaust comes through. Paranoia laid down to block off the vision and give them a path to escape. They are nearsighted. Here's the Ornn ultimate, can still do this much, but Sethi is here. That is Exodia in the Death Realm and just gets taken out, but Platinum Heart has taken down HViz. Sethi is rather low, but the Graves managed to get another with the collateral damage. That's a double kill for the jungle. Mordekaiser, Platinum Heart is the only one still alive, and Sethi goes bop. That is an 11-minute and 50-second ace for G&E Pearl.
Lethal tempo will not in fact save you from that.
Nope, that, ooh.
Looking at the replay, we see the Paranoia doesn't do anything. The G&E Pearl just don't care about it. They just walk straight into the face of this Kog'Maw. Nothing can stop Kog'Maw from being taken on a one-way trip to Brazil. And if your DPS is gone, you know, this Ori, this Nocturne, they aren't able to use any, like, combo or anything. They are just playing champions that are weaker at this point in the game. And this Graves and this Mordekaiser that have been accelerated with these plates and these early plays are just going to run your team through.
Yeah, and we are sitting now at a 4,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. G&E Pearl, they are sitting pretty here. That is 4 members with mythic items before BDE even are able to complete one. They are ready to rock and roll. There's not a major CS lead. There's about a 10 CS lead in all of the lanes, but the advantage here is coming from kills. And look at that. The only member of G&E Pearl not in the top 5 in gold is their support.
Pork cap. No, but actually,
Umi carry time.
no, this Karma is perfectly content being at the bottom of the gold charts when their Mordekaiser, this Graves, this Malphite, and even Ominous Penguin on the Lucian is so far ahead. And, you know, I'm not going to say draft cap, but I'm also not going to not say draft cap. Very expert use of the flex picks by G&E Pearl to sort of get what ended up being winning matchups in all 5 home positions. And how do you come back from this as BDE? You don't even have lethal tempo on your Cosmos, so that's not a win con, but they are making a play here.
Yeah, this might be the way to do it, but Swag gets exhausted. That is a flash out of Ominous Penguin, and the dash. The taunt comes through, but there's just enough damage. Exodia takes down the Lucian. That is another kill on the board.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that Lucian did dash in. I assume that was a misclick because he dashed
Platinum Heart with the
God.
fancy feet, but Recall just barely survives that last turret shot.
That was very, very, very close to mid-lane 1v1. There's a lot to say about that. I mean, both players playing it really well. Platinum Heart able to evade with 1 HP. Teleports back to lane. I think he forgot to get full health. That's unlucky, I guess. Hopefully he's not punished for that one, but that's an adrenaline moment if I've ever seen one.
I mean, that was single digit health. Got back in time to clear the wave. Doesn't want to fall down on CS, get even more behind in gold, but it might not matter. That is Rift Herald number 2 for G&E Pearl, and I mean, they've collected every neutral objective on the board. Compared to the previous game, it seems like their macro, they're playing a lot closer together as a team, although that might be sped along a little bit by Cook just making sure this top side is completely locked down.
Yeah, Cook definitely creating so much more pressure in the early game than they were able to last game. Already looking to take this tower alone, especially now that plates are gone. If this Malphite is able to push this Ornn out of lane, or if maybe, you know, Sethi coming in for a dive, G&E Pearl, you know, could manage to open up this map. And then a Malphite that isn't locked in the top lane is a Malphite that is going to be very, very scary for Kakma.
Yeah. Cook, I mean, I'm sure is just laser focused on taking him down, but you know, just a reminder, these are the 3 and 4 seeds coming into playoffs, G&E and BDE, and they are, you know, they are here, they're in the elimination bracket, so whoever moves on will be, you know, will be considered top 3 overall, and we will have to see which one will take that home. The Rift Herald crashes mid, crashes into the mid tier 2, doesn't get the tier 2 turret, but that is plenty of gold, and Swag might be getting caught out here. The smoke screen comes in, but that is exhaust onto Recall. Ooh, that is Umi going in, goes for the taunt. The Mordekaiser gets taunted up, but this is not a fight that BDE want to take, I think. Exodia does not have the damage, gets put back into the Death Realm again, and Sethi just says, get over here, and squashes the bug.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Exodia was able to play the game for a few seconds, and then gave Recall, and Sethi said, wait a minute, we shouldn't let that happen. Maybe a 1v1 brewing in the bot lane. Ominous Penguin. ADC versus mid laner means that you're going to be at a level disadvantage, and decides wisely to just sort of get out of there.
Yeah, and you know, that could have been, you know, that in some other world we would have had a Lucian Orianna mid lane matchup, and who knows how that would have gone. But I mean, in this one, Platinum Heart doing their best to try to recoup any losses possible. I mean, if you're BDE right now, BDE, they're in the position it feels like the G&E were in the last game, and the question becomes, you know, obviously it doesn't seem like Exodia is going to be the one to put the pressure on in this matchup. Literally just dies to the Mordekaiser instantly, probably dies to a single Malphite ult. And here we see the entire team of GNE chasing down Exodia, who is trying to get down damage, is doing quite a bit to recall, but not enough, just doesn't take out the Graves. I mean, who do you look to try to put the pressure on? Who do you look to maybe kind of 1v9 carry these fights? Admittedly, you know, both solo laners, they are getting turrets on both sides of the map, and they do have objective bounties.
Yeah, definitely unlucky from the side of Genie Pearl to commit everyone there and not get anything from it. Definitely we're hoping to kill specifically Exodia, but that alleviates some pressure. Packy able to get out with the recall too, so that's more members being sent up to a side with, you know, nothing being able to be procured from it. But if you're BDE, I think Exodia does still need to carry this fight. I mean, the rest of the team
Okay.
just doesn't have gold, and Orion is more of a setup carry than like an actual carry. It's really going to be on Exodia. Definitely waiting for Exodia to get that QSS because, you
Yeah.
know, until then, Mordekaiser will just be a complete death sentence for this Kog'Maw. But, you know, with the QSS in hand, you know, with, you know, maybe flash up to dodge the Malphite ult, Exodia will have to turbo 1v9 this game. And to be fair, if you asked me, you know, which member of BDE is gonna be able to turbo 1v9 a game, it would be Exodia. I
Yeah.
mean,
We
I
saw that
mean
last game.
yeah, I mean that last game wasn't like a 1v9, but it was like pretty close. We
Yeah.
see maybe a fight brewing in the top side with the Ornhorn being popped.
They want to get the shutdown, but the ultimate to just get out of range. And Cook says, nah, see you later, suckers. That is a lot of time committed by BDE for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, BDE looking for the kill, instead only burning the Malphite ult. Granted, Exodia is going to be breathing a little easier for the next minute as we see maybe another play happening.
That was the shockwave already for Platinum Heart onto Sethi. This turret is low. It's 2v1. Platinum Heart did their best to clear out the wave and protect the turret, but alas, it still falls. At least they got away with their life, which is probably more than you could say if that had been Exodia down there. And one thing I do want to note about Exodia, this is Ginsu's. That is a crit cloak. Doesn't look like we are getting the AP cog.
Yeah, I mean at this point you can't go AP Cog, one because you've already built a Rage Blade, and two, like your team is like kind of behind. I think the
Right.
AP Cog option is like better if you know your team isn't getting stomped.
Right.
But I think like with Exodia having to 1v9, you can't 1v9 as AP Cog with this comp, so definitely just gonna have to go crit, going to have to bite the bullet. Airy crit Kog'Maw, it will be the new meta if Exodia is able to pull this comeback off.
Yeah, and I mean, then if you're G&E Pearl and you lose to airy attack speed Kog'Maw, I mean, at that point, it's like, what do you do? But, I mean, right now, it doesn't look like that's going to be what happens. To be fair, Kog'Maw did just pick up the QSS as you requested, Daydream, so we love to see it. But speaking of other items, Platinum Heart did just finish the Leandries, and it looks like it's not going to matter because Recall just 1v1's the Oriana.
How Graves versus Ori works.
Yeah.
Ori doesn't really survive this. We see the
Oh,
ult come through.
hold on. Swag wants to try to get the solo kill, commits the paranoia. The fear comes in. Recall is still quite healthy, though. Has a lot of health to work with and just managed to survive no problem. That is absolutely terrifying. Recall a menace on the Rift right now.
Yeah, what do you do about that? The answer is not much.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you're Umi, you're maybe thinking if you just aim a little bit to the left, then that's a surefire kill. But I mean, if you're BDE, now are you thinking like, okay, you know what? That this was a runes gap, this was maybe a draft gap, and then you just move on to game number 3, and you're just trying to, you know, keep your mental up right now. What's the play? What's the strat now?
I think it's a little bit of a draft gap. I mean, like I said, Genie Pearl got winning matchups in pretty much 5 positions, and they also don't have anything to protect their 1v9 Kog'Maw. So with Hextech Soul being picked up right now by G&E Pearl, that's a bit of like a death warrant. I
Yeah.
don't know how BDE comes back from this game. Right, the only answer is that if like G&E Pearl like disconnect for 5 minutes and Exodia is able to farm, but
Yeah,
as
somebody.
long as G&E Pearl are playing League of Legends and are not sprinting it. Speaking of sprinting it though, Gabe Recall.
Oh, hold on. Umi doesn't want any of this smoke though. Saw what happened last time. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, one thing I want to see is we haven't really seen Swag and Umi and Platinum Heart even successfully layer their ults. Oh no, Cook is on the way here. This is a very large Malphite, a multiple level advantage on all 3 members here. Cook is just tanking this up, no problem. Has taken so much damage, commits the ultimate. Swag survives for a little bit, but not for long enough. Graves takes down the Galio. That was clinical from G&E Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like playable. If maybe this Malphite wasn't 3-0, we see, in the replay, Swag and Umi sort of setting up around this for the contest, and Cook sort of walking in away from their team. Maybe it's like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe it's an angle. The Malphite's caught out, the rest of the team's on Baron. But Cook, I don't think cares. He is so far
Yeah.
ahead enough that Exodia already has to flash over the wall. And it's a good flash, but like, what can you do? Your team's already melted. That Hex Soul puts so much gold on the side of G&E Pearl.
Yeah, and now that is the Baron buff as well. They are currently up 8,000 gold, 10 kills, the Hex Tech Soul, the Baron. I mean, they are just rolling through it all. 4 towers to 1. They are on, like, look, after what happened last game, it looks like G&E Pearl, they are just on a tear. They refuse to let that be the story of what this series is going to be. And we get a brief freeze as we take a look at experience, and we see Cook, the the Malphite in the top lane, hands down the most experience on the Rift.
Look at this freeze frame right now.
It's
Look at that.
Exodia preparing to 1v3 to save it all.
That's what it feels like for Exodia. The Malphite just walking at him. The rest of the team there to support him, and oh my. Oh, Gabe Recall.
Oh no. Oh, hold on,
Oh,
Swag. Maybe we saw this
it's
1v1
not
before.
winning.
Is it?
It's
No.
not winning.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest, if you're Swag, you tried that before when Recall had less cooldowns and less health and it didn't turn out the way you wanted. I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out that time.
Yeah, Gabe Recall's sort of just been shooting the entirety of BDE in the throat, and
Yeah.
he's not punished for it. It's gonna be tough. BDE need nothing short of a miracle to come back in this fight, in this game, and really anything, as G&E are just marching into the base of BDE.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. That's a pretty big shockwave. Viz is low, but still managed to get out. That's another inhibitor gone, and the shockwave was committed, but no other ults were. Umi did not go in over the top with the hero's entrance. These are low health bars, but they do, again, they have soul and they have Baron. Does Umi want to try to go in? It looks like they're thinking about it. BDE, like, they are on the chase, they are on the run, but Cook has a flank. Pack goes in, but they are split. Their attention is divided, and that will divide the team, and that will separate them from the Rift itself, send them back to the fountain. It is Exodia and Platinum Heart against 5. This is not going to be nearly enough. This is Baron buff, Hex Tech Soul, and Gabe Recall just eats Kog'Maw for breakfast. The corpse does manage to take down Penguin, but at this point, that's the least important member. The Nexus towers will fall. The Nexus will fall. G&E Pearl, they answer back with a dominant game number 2 here.
Yeah, G&E Pearl absolutely routing the side of BDE. That, I would say it was close, but I would be lying.
that would be a blatant lie.
That was not close at all, looking just at how that
Wow.
game went, and big props to Gabe Recall. In that last
Yeah.
fight where they got 5-man shockwave, it could have been bad if, maybe BDE had any ultimates, but they had used them. trying to 1v2 game recall, and you know, absolutely able to absorb all of that pressure and still come out ahead. The Gabe recall Graves special, as we see.
Yeah.
BDE, you sort of just have to forget about that one.
Yep.
You sort of blinked. Oh no, the series is 1-1. Whatever. We'll come back and win the next two, because I feel like thinking about that is probably just worse than leaving it alone.
Yeah, you know, you just you know, someone else took you blacked out. Someone else took over your PC. It ain't your fault. You know, you know, Rito, someone up there definitely did it. But I mean, you know, again, that being said, this is now a series we're going to at least 4 games, and now this is where the mental does start to get tested for BDE. You know, we've got confirmation. You know, the Genie Pearl, their mental is good. But we're going to have to see if BDE now can answer back in game number 3.
It starts right now. Baby, you're surrounded. Put your money where your mouth is. Bury your doubts under the ground. Then they're gonna watch you step over the ashes. Right now, I'm taking my turn with the matches. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Playing with fire, then we'll burn it all down. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야 We're so tough let's get it show you up can you feel the rush now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down we go hard till we get it we go hard we so in it we pop stars only winning now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 난 멈추지 않아 we go hard we pop stars ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down we go hard till we get it we go hard we so in it we pop stars only winning now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 KDA should we show 'em how we do it every day
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is Thunder, that is Daydream, and we are already into draft for game number 3 between BDE Lucid and G&E Pearl. The series is tied up 1-1. Now all we have left remaining is a best of 3. Blitz, Vigar, Mordekaiser banned out by Lucid, Echo, Tristana, and we'll have to see what the last ban is for Pearl. But Daydream, are you ready for a potential silver scrapes night?
Am ready. We see the adaptation and draft already coming through from the side of BDE Lucid. Last time it was G&E Pearl that said no more Tristana, and this time it's BDE Lucid that is saying no more Mordekaiser. But that does open up the Corki that was banned in the previous 2 games, and we'll see G&E Pearl picking it, I think. So we'll see if this Corki is able to 1v9, pull out the rockets. Gabe Recall had a stellar performance on the Graves last game, but we'll see if he can do that on a champion that takes a little longer to really get online.
Yeah, and to be fair, hey, maybe we see Corki top for some reason. We saw some absolutely bonkers flex picks from G&E Pearl last time, and they now have picked up the Jin as well. Are Lucid just gonna take Pearl's draft except not the Mordekaiser?
See, the Malphite hovered. I mean, Malphite as a champion does do well into Jin Corki. Well, specifically Jin. Corki, does play at like a very, very far range. But we see the Malphite locked in. We see the Vex. So this is telling me, yeah, we're gonna dive the heck out of this Jin Corki, and I'm for it. Exodia on the Lucian is definitely a lot better of a look than on the Kog'Maw. I really liked Exodia when he was on champions that had more agency, and Lucian definitely, falling into that category. We'll see what G&E Pearl respond with. It is going to be that Wukong, presumably for Sedley again, but it also is a flex towards Cook in the top lane.
Yeah, and I'm very interested in this Lucian. It was, it's picked B1, but there was no Enchanter paired up with it, no Nami, no Karma so far. But G&E Pearl, it looks like they don't want to target out that support pool. Instead, it looks like they want to go towards the jungle. They've taken away the Jarvan, and maybe they save, maybe they take the next ban for the Nami, but I feel like that might leave up, that just leaves up Karma, which I think is an equally strong support pick for this Lucian.
Yeah, I think at this point you sort of just give up that, and that's a Galio ban. I guess they're taking away from Umi. I guess Umi is a Galio enjoyer. I mean, we saw from the first 2 games, but
yeah,
don't you just lock Nami anyway?
I
Unless
guess
Genie
so.
Pearl want to R4 the Nami. Jin Nami into engage doesn't sound like horrible, but it is very squishy and it is vulnerable to the unstoppable Malphite ult and the unstoppable Vex recast.
Yeah, well, I'm very interested to see because I mean either way, Lucid will get a strong enchanter for their bottom side, and they have banned away the Shen, they've banned away the Renata, so they've taken away just the important ones they don't want to see. And Pearl have picked up the Scion. Looks like their draft is coming together, and unless we for some reason see Scion jungle, the draft is starting to get locked together.
Yeah, we see the Scion being locked up in that top lane, I hope.
Oh,
I hope it's the top lane. You see the Ivern coming out again, and that's a
and
Leona.
Leona.
I mean, that is one. Okay, so we see an Enchanter and an Engaged champion locked in. I thought it would be flipped in where those roles were going, but Lucian Leona, it doesn't utilize the Lucian passive, but if Umi is more comfortable on those Engaged champion, it is just better to just pick Engage and kill them. We'll see what the R5 is for Genie Pearl. I want to see some sort of disengage come through.
Yeah, and
Karma.
there you go. They've picked up the Karma.
Definitely, Jin Karma is able to survive Lucian Leona. It's not like, completely doomed for them in the lane phase. In fact, they should be able to contest the push with that range support versus melee support. So we will see how that does go in game. That is a Scion top, Wukong jungle, presumably. And, Ivern really is only going jungle in the draft. So not as many question marks as we had last game. So both drafts going to go for more standard approach, and we'll see if BDE Lucid is able to get these engages off onto the Jin Corki, or they'll sort of be, poked and kited around with the maneuverability of this Wukong and this Karma.
Yeah, and one thing to note, Lucid, this is the second pickup of the Ivern for the jungle, and it worked pretty well last time. And this time, you were talking about how the Cog Mob, runes aside, was just kind of left stranded as the rest of the comp wanted to dive in. Now for Lucid, there are it's essentially a full dive comp with the Ivern, supporting them as best as possible and throwing in Daisy to complement the dive. This one, at least from my perspective, it seems a lot more cohesive, and it's just going to be if Pearl can get out of there fast enough.
Yeah, definitely liking the drafts on BDE Lucid a lot more. And G&E Pearl too. This definitely seems like a game that's a lot more on even footing in the draft. We will see. And then again, unless this is Scion Jungle, in which case FF, but unless it's Scion Jungle, we do know where everyone's going. It's pretty standard. So we'll just see how these lane matchups individually go. It is Vex into Corki, which Vex pretty much just comes online a lot earlier than Corki, can dive the Corki too. So, definitely Vex has to do stuff to win, but Vex does have the tools in her kit to, make those plays happen. Malphite top into Scion, again, two meatheads sort of duking it out, but we saw last game one meathead certainly was a lot better than the other. And we'll
Yes.
see if Cook on this Scion is able to win that tank v tank matchup again. We saw Ivern Wukong play out already. It's probably going to go the same way. And then Lucian Leona versus Jin Karma again. Jin Karma should be able to control the wave, but if they don't, then Lucian Leona does have kill pressure.
Yeah, and we're not getting baited by this one, but it seems that perhaps the side of BDE have not learned their lesson from the last game and are still cheesing around with the picks before it is all locked in. There is no shot that this is Leona top. If it is, I will probably lose my mind. But that being said, I'm interested to see, in terms of the Corki into the Vex matchup, who do you think is going to be, are we going to be seeing a lot of gameplay around this? Is this just going to be the two control mage mid laners clearing out the waves and then handshaking and moving on? Or are we going to see, maybe is Platinum Heart going to try to get frisky? Is Sethi going to be paying a lot of attention to this? Or does Sethi maybe want to try to go down to the bottom side of the map and protect that bottom lane a little bit from the potential aggression of this Lucian?
I think this Vex wants to be like trying to shove in the wave and do stuff. Vex does have like kill pressure on the Corki, especially if you get the fear into the root and are able to sort of mitigate the Valkyrie safety.
Mm-hmm.
But Corki is just trying to survive and hope that Vex doesn't like win the game earlier, if that makes sense.
Right. Right. Well, we will have to see if Platinum Heart will be able to get that wave pushed in and get this win in the books for the side of BDE. Whoever wins this gets advantage point in the series. We'll have to see who can take it in game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Kali gon' girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. Don't give any more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking bang. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. Is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling on my feet. 조용히 몸이 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的味道，不断往前，Oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，giving it all more。No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are on to the Rift for game number 3. BDE and GE. They are ready to rumble, and it looks like finally we might be getting an exciting level 1. BDE, let's see what they have prepped. And it looks like it's just turbo stack the bottom side of the map for the time being, but I'm interested to see, do you think this will pay off, Daydream?
Well, considering there's a ward there, no, but we'll see.
Look,
I'm not
five-man flash
optimistic.
over the wall, just delete Penguin. Ah, no, cowards. Cowards they are. Dang, that is 2 early wards dedicated to this blue buff. Genie Pearl, it looks like they had the read on this.
They absolutely read BDE like a book, and BDE only getting they get 1 ward, but G&E committed 3 wards for that defense, so maybe worth.
Yeah? There is there is one up on the blue buff as well on that western quadrant of the map. So, that is pretty much all of their early vision gone. Obviously, BDE, they're not going to know that, but they might be able to take advantage of it if Swag wants to get really creative with the jungle pattern.
Yeah, we'll see if Swag is able to do what Iverns do best and confuse the heck out of the enemy jungler. We will have to see.
Ooh.
Lane's gonna start pretty standard, maybe some looping around coming from the bot lane. Umi doing a bit of alcove gaming, as we do see.
Would love to see it, but a little bit of vision control in that brush. These top laners, I'm interested to see if Cook's gonna get more solo bows on Pack up on the top side of the map. Pack had quite frankly, a horrible time on the Ornn in the last game, and looks like Pack just said, all right, you know what? It was the champ that was OP. It was the champ, and maybe they have swapped sides of the Rift very, very briefly. That was a fun little look. But it looks like Pack is not having too great of a time in this matchup as of yet either.
Pack is able to solo kill Cook like 3 times this game, then it's just Malphite's OP, right?
Yeah, of course. And then it's permaban for the rest of the series.
That'd be a fun timeline to live in, but we saw Cook getting the early advantage in those early trades. Sion, is scary. He does have the grasp, he does have the giant axe. I feel like is the scarier part of that. But we will see Exodia and Umi in the bot lane do have big prio in this lane, although they're not able to crush the wave, so I guess Ominous Penguin is just going to be gifted a free freeze. This is sort of the problem having a melee support into a Karma. You aren't able to fully get that wave in, and we see Swag going in for the first gank of the game.
Yeah, is here early. That is the root, but the Valkyrie managed to get Gabe far enough away. Does have to invest the flash to stay alive, but Swag, an early gank, this time getting ahead of Sethi on the timing, and forces the flash.
Yeah, really good by Swag, hitting that Ivern Q and then allowing Platinum Heart to right click it and go for the Q. Forces the flash 1 for 0. Maybe there's an angle in speed. That is scary.
Pack, what's happening? Pack, my brother, what is going on? Oh, that is not a safe recall.
I mean, Cook doesn't have mana, so I think he's fine.
Okay, indeed. We'll just settle for the plates, but Pack now losing, both sides technically of this Malphite matchup. Although Sion is not an Ornn, but it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to get your breaks beaten off by a champ and then pick it and then continue to have your breaks beaten off.
That's true. Cook able to crash the wave. Pack gonna lose some of that, so that's even more of an advantage going over to Cook. Cook does have no mana, but it doesn't really matter because Swag is on the other side of the map, not gonna be able to punish the Scion at all.
Yeah.
We will see if Swag is gonna be able to make something happen in the bot lane. He's sort of posturing for it.
Is chilling around, waiting around. We did just see Sethi down here in the bush, but it looks like, went ahead and backed, and Penguin and Viz, making the correct call to back off. They don't greed too hard for this minion wave, and Swag not able to make anything happen on the bottom side of the map. Hasn't gotten the recall off yet, so Sethi back out onto the Rift with a Sheen and is already hovering around this mid lane, and all of a sudden Platinum Heart, I don't know what I'm talking about, managed to get out of there just barely. Sethi not able to force the flash this time. It looks like BDE are a little bit more prepared for this Wukong in game 3.
Yeah, Platinum Heart not able to get the fear off with the personal space of the Vex, but doesn't matter. Gonna be able to walk out, doesn't burn the flash, which is really crucial. We'll see if Swag maybe loops around again to try and punish the flash that they got off from Gabe Recall. It's about halfway to being back up, so the timer is running a little low on that one, but gonna be up to Swag to see where he chooses to put pressure on next.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see, who hits those level 6s first. And Cook is actually the first one to level 6 so far. But in terms of ultimates, the Malphite ultimate early levels tends to be used more as a, hey, you know what, you're ganking me, I'm going to run away while I'm calling you cowards, and then come back to lane eventually. Does still have the TP up, has the TP advantage. I'm interested to see if Cook will actually invest the ultimate to get back to lane or the TP, and potentially keep the TP advantage.
I would hope it's a TP. I feel like the ultimate is unironically more impactful than like pre-unleashed TP. So we see, yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be the TP
Yep.
being used, saving the ultimate maybe to make a play for like mid lane or even like reset and ult bots if you're my solo queue Ions. But we will see how that does end up playing out.
Yeah, and hey, the Inting Scion builds, they can sometimes do it. They can make it happen. Already has the Phage, probably building towards that Hull Breaker, going for the split push build. But for now, Exodia and Yuumi, I mean, it's their job to try to get ahead, and so far, they do have a 20 CS lead. Ominous Penguin managed to pick up a few, but this is Daydream. I think this is what you want to see out of Exodia. Get Exodia fed, get Exodia in the lead, and maybe we can see another performance like we did in game number 1 with the Tristana.
Yeah, definitely. Exodia on the Lucian already 3 full waves of farm up. Has that advantage. Is gonna crash another wave as that's gonna be the dragon. Full tempo with Prio. I don't think Genie Pearl can even answer this.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Sethi even wants to, is perfectly content to go back to farm the wolves, not get too aggressive. But in the meantime, Cook and Pack, again, is still duking it out. Pack has the wave in a pretty decent state, but gets knocked up, stunned up. The dragon comes in, but Pack, again, so low into this Scion.
I mean, Pack's surviving, and honestly, that's sort of just like the goal that we're setting for this game. Just survive, be sort of an ult bot, not gonna go for AP, just gonna be full tank. And, it's not looking good right now, but he's only 5 farm down, and, being 1 health doesn't matter if you don't die.
That is true. Health is a resource. Now, one thing to note in terms of CS is actually Platinum Heart is down about 20 CS themselves into Gabe Recall. So the Corki has the Hex Drinker built up. This will be a very interesting lane if this Corki can continue to be ahead. And currently, yeah, is maxing out the CS per minute. Well, not maxing out, but leading the CS per minute charts. Phenomenal job so far. Already ahead of Exodia, the bottom laner that's getting help.
Yeah, Gabe Recall putting on a clinic in the laning phase of this game. Got ganked, burned flash, but is still up so much this game. Has a Hex Drinker already. Might be a little early for that. I mean, I guess you're scared of like Vex, but should you be? I don't know. The Malphite, I don't think is going to be the magic damage catalyst that makes Hex Drinker an optimal buy. But hey, if you're that far ahead in farm, maybe you do have the luxury to build something like Hex Drinker.
Yeah, and it protects against that potential Shadow Surge recast doing a lot of damage. One thing to note, Gabe Recall did just go steal the blue buff out of Swag's jungle, so no blue buff for the Ivern. That's only going to make the laning harder for Platinum Heart here, and so I expect Corki now 30 CS ahead. We see the ultimate invested by Cook to come back into the lane, gets the knock-up onto Pack, gets the second knock-up onto Pack. That is a lot of damage. They are currently even in levels. Pack does still have the ultimate to try to get out of there, commits the flash instead, but again, gets out alive.
Pack is chilling. He's chilling. He is surviving all of this pressure, and I don't think Malphite necessarily outscales, but like he'll be fine. He'll press R. He will do what he needs to do, as we see 4 members strong in the bot lane for BDE.
Yeah, Pack TPing into the top lane, not making a play yet. Those teleports are not unleashed, and Platinum Heart and Swag, they come down here, and all that happens is the wave gets cleared. Cook is not caring about Pack at all and is just going for the turret, has already gotten 2 plates, and now Pack is trying to make something happen here, try to push Cook out, but is losing farm, losing CS as it happens. The wave pulled out a little bit from the tower as these two meatheads continue to brawl it out to absolutely no effect. And there is now a 3-stack down here in this bush, a smartly placed control ward to make sure they are not on vision. I don't know if Viz and Ominous Penguin are going to fall for this one, though. Oh god, I shouldn't have said anything.
Not like this.
Not like
Not,
this.
oh, it is like
They lack
this.
the critical information. It is like this. They do fall for it. Penguin commits the flashes, maybe getting out of there. The exhaust onto Exodia doesn't matter. First blood onto the Lucian. And now Swag is on top of Viz. It's basically supportal combat down here in the river as Daisy comes to say hello. But Viz is getting out of there, is moving and grooving along. Swag maybe over chasing as Recall comes to join the fight. Umi is here. The Zenith Blade goes short. A TP coming back in from Platinum Heart. It's a 3v3 in the mid lane. Daisy is still here to say hello, and she's moving pretty quick. The slows come through. Exodia has arrived. Daisy underneath the turret. It looks like nothing more will be gained from this. Meanwhile, Pack is up on the top side of the map. Both top laners are quite low. This Scion has no mana and flashes away as Pack goes to clear the wave.
It wasn't
Woo.
just like this. That was a lot. Let's unpack some of that. So, Ominous Penguin seemed to know that something was up. Unfortunately, Ominous Penguin did still step a little too close to the sun. The sun being that Leona ult. Almost was able to get out, but a well-placed calling by Exodia does secure first blood for the Lucian. And after that, they sort of just continuously fought up until that mid lane where neither team was able to get anything out of it, even though they were trading blows. And then the top side Pack was getting a little revenge, punishing Cook for, not having any mana. You see, Cook has the Hullbreaker, has that Scion ult to get back to lane, and this top tower isn't very in danger.
Yeah, we already saw how much damage the Scion was doing before. Now this is the Hullbreaker. Malphite just recalling, trying to get out of there, and just does. And it looks like we have 4 members of each team stacked down here towards the Drake. BDE, they want to continue this stacking. It looks like they want to go for Soul, but in the meantime, G&E, they're pushing out the mid-wave. Platinum Heart and Exodia, though, they have answered. It's currently a 4v4, but the Cyclone comes in first, and here is the curtain call from long range. It's doing so much damage. 3 go down. Platinum Heart is the 4th. A double kill for Jin, a double kill for Sethi. That's the dragon, and 4 to G&E.
That was one heck of a curtain call if I've ever seen one. Looking at the replay of that fight, BDE just wanted to dive on in, do what their comp does, but with just the Vex as your dive champion, as with the Solar Flare obviously as well, but Vex the only one really going in. If you don't get that, the huge package into the Cyclone means that this dive comp cannot dive, and look at that curtain call. That was
Perfect
beautiful.
range.
That was beautiful. Oh my, what a good play by Sethi and the rest of G&E Pearl, and that's going to be the Rift Herald taken as well off of just pure tempo.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe BDE want to contest for this. Umi is checking things out, but Pack is low. I mean, Pack can ult in and then probably very quickly die. Swag is here. We'll have to see if they want to try to get in and win a smite fight, but it does not look like that will be the case. The fear comes through from the Scion, and Pack does go in while the rest of the team follow up. Sethi's clone is getting a lot of attention, but not Sethi themselves, and it looks like BDE, they just get there too late, and it is far too little. G&E, they just take the Herald, no contest.
Yeah, very good job by G&E Pearl to just get out, not wanting to take a fight at that disadvantage. They got the Herald, they left, and they're chilling.
Yeah, and now, we're starting to see those CS leads broaden just a little bit in the mid lane. Currently 30 CS for Gabe Recall, doing a phenomenal job of out farming this Vex. 20 CS lead in the top lane for Cook. And this is where we're starting to see some of that gold lead along with the kills. 2,000 in the favor of G&E. Make that 3 as Cook destroys the first turret, even with Pack right there trying to stop him. This mountain is instead a pebble.
Yeah, Cook, there's no one on the side of BDE that can stop Cook. Like,
Yeah.
who can side lane into a Scion? No one.
Lucian?
That's bad.
Question mark?
No, Lucian can't, because then you have you can't win the fight. You can't win the 4v4. Because this Vex is too
True.
far behind, and then you have no damage.
True.
So all you have to do is just kill them before Cook kills your base. That's the hope. Hope that Pack, you know, without the TP, or I mean with the TP rather, can survive in a side lane and just blow them up. But if they are not making proactive plays like that dragon fight, that was started up by G&E Pearl. I feel like if G&E Pearl is ever starting a fight, you've lost, because either like, you know, you just win the fight with the engage, or even if the fight goes like neutral, then like Cook is just gonna take your top tower anyway, or your bot tower, or whatever side lane he's in.
Yeah.
So it can be very scary.
I mean, is this just an inting Scion angle? Is this just Cook going for the turrets and knowing that Pack will not be able to kill him and just obliterating all of the structures while the 4v4 is, you know, just generally going in G&E favors anyway at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the look from BDE with the Solar Flare wasn't able to catch Ominous Penguin, and, you know, that's a big cooldown. That's, you know, X amount of seconds where it's going to be harder for BDE to force a fight and force an engagement. And, you know, once this Corki starts building actual items instead of full finishing them off for some reason, you know, it's going to be even scarier if you can't start that fight, because then Corki is going to actually deal damage.
Yeah, the Valkyrie
That's
comes...
not damage. Why do we have a full mod, guys?
Look, the Vex is terrifying, okay? The Platinum Heart has got Gabe just shaking in their boots. They don't know what to do. But, you know, if you have the entire rest of the team there to back you up, it just doesn't matter. The Rift Herald is summoned in the mid lane. This is almost assuredly going to be mid-tier 1. But it looks like BDE, they want to fight for it. They do not want to let this one go quietly, but... quietly it does go so far. Daisy and Swag, they're trying to get the chase down here, but it just doesn't matter. Sethi, Viz, they get out cleanly, as do the rest, and Cook and Platinum Heart, they're down here on the bottom side, and I mean, Pack wasn't doing much. Platinum Heart isn't doing much more.
Yeah, they seem to have like resigned Platinum Heart to wave clear duty, but eventually Cook will just be able to ignore the Vex. Vex is notoriously bad at dealing with high health or high resist targets rather, and once Cook gets that Sunfire, Cook will be more than a high resistance target, as we'll see if these resistances are high enough to deal with whatever the heck is happening in this bush. I've seen this before. Have you?
We have, hold on, it might work again. This is the same bush that BDE were lurking in last time, but Viz gets out with the flash. Sethi goes in with the Cyclone. That's the first kill. All of a sudden, the Jhin gets jumped on, though. Platinum Heart trying to make it happen, but is not able to do anything. Swag is on the run, but the Corki rockets are almost heat-seeking missiles at this point. Platinum Heart will fall on the backside, and even with the bush stack, BDE still get obliterated.
Yeah, this whole solar flare them and kill them plan is really hard when they have flash, as we see in the replay coming through. Look at that Cyclone from Sethi. It looked like it might have been a bit early, but the Corki package just getting there in time as the follow-up. And on the top side of the fight, Ominous Penguin, with the help of Karma and the Summoners and the Gale Force, Platinum Heart can't do anything. And if Platinum Heart can't do anything, if he can't get a kill, if he can't get a reset, then the fight is over.
Yeah, that was, you know, that was rough when you use so many cooldowns to just get absolutely nothing on a Karma and then nothing on a Wukong and then nothing on a Corki. It's just that is a feels bad, and it looks like, you know, BDE, they have decided to, you know, go back to Pack just farming the waves and maybe try to get Vex something elsewhere. But right now, you know, there we do see Muramana completed for Corki. That damage is starting to ramp up. I mean, if it wasn't bad already for BDE, G&E Pearl, they are looking even stronger.
Yeah, BDE Pearl, G&E Pearl rather. I did it again. G&E Pearl with the momentum coming in after absolutely stomping last game, is looking to do the same again. Besides giving over that 1 kill to Exodia in the bot lane early game, they have looked unstoppable. They haven't dropped a
Yeah.
single kill, they haven't dropped a single turret, they haven't dropped a single objective since that dragon as well. And GNE Pearl, I feel like do have the scaling advantage here. So
Yeah.
BDE really has to do something 10 minutes, now. The best thing to do something is 10 minutes ago, but the second best time to do it is now. And
Yes.
they're going to have to figure something out fast. Otherwise, GNE Pearl is going to take them to match point.
Yeah, and I mean, in the previous game where we had the Ivern jungle, we also had more damage in the top lane with the Mordekaiser, and that seemed to work pretty well in BDE's favor. And this Malphite, this tanky pick, it just seems to not be doing anything. I mean, and this is the second time now where BDE they just don't have a blue side jungle. It's not theirs anymore. They don't get to step foot in it. That is Corki's blue buff now, and they are on the hunt for Platinum Heart. Platinum Heart appears to probably know about this and is scuttling away as fast as possible on their little Yordle feet. Hey, is making the great escape. The entire rest of the team is on the way up there to try to deal with this Vex. Meanwhile, BDE are trying to kill this Scion before Scion can take out one of them. This health bar is so huge, and the passive is procced, and somehow Platinum Heart is still on the run. The great escape. Platinum Heart managed to lead them on a wild goose chase, but now G&E, they've started up the Baron, and I don't think Lucid know about this.
Yeah, BDE able to get the Scion, but it comes at the cost of the Baron Nashor. Really good by Platinum Heart to sort of hold the attention of GNE Pearl, and maybe even held it for long enough. The Baron still isn't down yet. BDE's swag not going to be able to get there. The Baron is there. The Solar Flare does go wide. Culling is going to be able to take out H-Fizz, but I think GNE Pearl can leave, but no, that is the Vex ulti from Platinum Heart. That is going to be 2 kills picked up, and yeah, Platinum Heart coming in clutch with that Vex.
You love to see it. Look, this is why Gabe wanted to build the Maw of Malmortius. Gabe knew, Gabe saw the future. That is 4 kills now total for BDE, and they got multiple shutdowns here. You see the 300 gold on Sethi, you see the gold on Ominous Penguin. That is the Baron for GE, but they there are 3 members that do not have it on them, especially that split push Scion. So you love to see it. Another team fight in the mid lane, though. It's not even a team fight, it's just a 2v3, and BDE are the ones running away.
Yeah, BDE still have to deal with the fact that Gabe Recall on the Corki has this Baron Nashor, does have the Miramana, doesn't have much more items. It would be a shame if he actually did have any more, but unfortunately he did full buy a Maw. I'm not letting that go. This looks
Look, when Gabe Recall doesn't get one shot by the Shadow Surge, Twitch chat will be able to say, hey, Daydream, that's why Gabe Recall did it the one time that it made any sense.
I promise you, anything in this game could happen. I still would not like Maw Rush. Anything could happen.
You know what? Fair enough. I respect it. Hey, we'll have to see if I'm going to be honest. I fully believe you. I don't think it's going to pay off in the long term. The Corki damage, it could have been so good, but instead we are where we're at now. And the dragon is spawning in 2 seconds. And once again, G&E have priority over the pit, but they didn't win the last fight. The thing is, Cook wasn't there, and Cook is here this time. Has the Sunfire cape as well. Interested to see. Gabe Recall wants to go in. The Scion wants to go in, but the ultimate whiffs. It does a good job of separating the team, though. The root goes through. The Shadow Surge is in. We're starting to see a lot of cooldowns get burned, but Scion gets one. Wukong gets one. Platinum Heart has fallen. Ivern gets the shutdown onto Corki, but it's not going to be enough. Ivern is the last one standing along with Daisy, is on the run, is trying to make the move happen. The root comes through, and Swag is still alive somehow. Daisy is still here, but Scion is going to get this kill. Never mind, it's the Wukong. That is the ace for for G and E Pearl. I'm slipping up too.
So close. It was so close
was
for
so close.
BDE. It looked so good, but we see the engage, the Shadow Surge onto Gabe Recall, but there just wasn't enough follow-up, and suddenly Corki has packaged your entire team. The Maw Shield not saving Gabe Recall, but it did not matter because the rest of the team was so far ahead. Gabe Recall is sacrificing his life for the cause, gets an absolutely crazy package, and that's going to be another team fight win for G&E Pearl.
Yeah, and they do get, the third Drake. They are on Soul Point now, and I will say, BDE, they picked up all of the shutdown gold that was on G&E before that team fight, but now those shutdowns have reaccrued more juicy gold for them to pick up. And here we see there was that brief, the brief drop in the gold lead for G&E, but they're getting right back to it. 6,500 gold in the pockets of G&E Pearl. BDE, they have a lot to make up for, and I don't think that they can afford to give over Mountain Soul. I mean, they're pretty much forced to have to fight it every time now, right?
Yeah, BDE sort of has to make a miracle happen in these team fights, but maybe you win a team fight before Quirky package is up, but because this Quirky package has been doing so much work for the side of G&E Pearl, so if it comes back up before you're able to win a fight and get some gold, it's going to be even harder for you to come back in this game.
Yeah, and so in G&E, it looked like after that first game, it looked like it might be hard for them to come back in this series, but they've shown now, maybe that game one draft was just something they weren't comfortable with. Maybe they didn't get the bans right, but they have come back. They know what they want out of these games, and they are just getting good picks into whatever BDE are pulling out. And Gabe Recall now once again facing off against Platinum Heart, this time up again in the top lane, and Cook is back on just deleting turret duty, and Pack is doing like that's negative damage. That's literally nothing. Cook could just walk to the Nexus and the team would just have to answer. That is insane.
Man, we see the Baron coming up soon. I don't even like Cook recalling. He can just stay and draw like 4 or 5 members like he did last time, and that, as long as G&E Pearl isn't out here chasing Platinum Hearts, that should just be the Baron for them. We'll see. Maybe Cook. Yeah, alright, he is recalling, so he did path back down to the bot lane though. Instead, wanted to get the buy before starting the pressure up, but that does give BDE a little bit of time to try and reestablish some vision control over the top side.
Yeah, but Gabe, Recall, and HViz are here. BDE, they aren't getting vision around the pit yet. They are just getting it in their blue quadrant of the jungle. As I say it, Umi goes up and places one pink ward there, but this pixel brush hasn't been warded out, and it is dangerous to go over to the Corki. Gabe Recall swiftly dismantles Swag and Umi, and all of a sudden, Cook is down on the bottom side of the map. BDE, they have to recall. They can't even think about challenging this Baron.
Yeah, BDE sort of unlucky at this point. Now you just have to go send your numbers to Scion, and that's what they're doing. Exodia and Pac, they should.
No.
Not like this, bro.
Not like this. Cook in the 2v1. The Shadow Surge comes in, and this might just barely save it, but the stun comes through. Cook, what is this madness? That's 3 members sent down to try to take care of this Scion, and Cook doesn't care.
FF at this point to save your mental. Holy cow. That was certainly something.
Talk about a one-man army. This dude, he has the Undying Rage, but he doesn't even need it.
Look at Cook. I don't even want to speak about this. This is disgusting. Cook with the Titanic, with the Hullbreaker, does not care.
So good. I mean,
Cook, absolutely. And it's not just Cook, it's the wave of super Baron minions that is absolutely beating down on BDE. And like, what do you do now? What do you do from this point?
I mean, I would say, Lucian tried to make something happen, but Lucian did nothing to the Scion. It was crazy. I mean, that is You know, maybe I'm I Daydream. I got nothing. Is it a swag flash in to steal Mountain Soul away from G&E to try to save the game? Is that the game plan here?
Maybe. I mean, Corki has packaged though, so if you, oh, okay. Maybe this is the angle.
Oh, but
Maybe.
no,
Oh,
no.
they're ready.
Gabe
They're
Recall
ready
has them
for
all.
it.
Gabe has
They
them all.
are-
You can't go in. Cook comes in from the other side. The knockup comes through. Gabe Recall goes in on the back of the fight. Ominous Penguin takes down the Leona. The Jin takes down the Vex. Corky is taking down the Lucian, and it just doesn't matter. BDE, you can do nothing. G and E are inevitable. Swag pops the Zonias just to say he did it. That is the ace, and that is going to be game number 3 going over to G and E Pearl.
Maw gap? I don't think it's Maw gap, but Maw gap?
Look, all I'm saying is Platinum Heart couldn't go in on Gabe Recall because the Maw was gonna pop. But realistically, Cook absolutely dominant this game. The scoreline only 6-1 and 8, but was completely unkillable, and the Nexus falls. BDE, what do you do? What do you do
Took
here?
Corki over because you had to ban out the Mordekaiser. Maybe you take maybe you take B1 and you take one of those picks again. It's tough. I you just have to
Yeah.
change everything up, right? Like you have to just go back to the drawing board, draft something completely different, because this whole engaged thing, with first the Nocturne and now the Vex just isn't working. So you just have to
Yeah.
completely do it again. We'll see if, BDE is able to rewrite, the playbook, or if G&E Pearl is just going to be able to take it to an easy 3-1.
Yeah, and maybe, and that's the thing, BDE, they had first pick, they picked the Lucian, they banned the Mordekaiser. Maybe the answer is pick the Mordekaiser. Who knows? Maybe they fix the top lane matchup, because that seems to be the problem, at least in this game, and honestly with the solo kills in the last one. But Daydream, I'm excited at the very least for game number 4. We're gonna have to see if Genie can keep up this momentum and continue the roll through these past 3 games.
Before my eyes, before my wild eyes, I feel you holding me tighter. I cannot see. When will we finally breathe?
for a little salvation. Those flags you wave will represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Here's your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Here's your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
Hello everybody and welcome back. The teams want to get into this game number 4 draft as fast as possible, and so we are into it. Lucid on blue side once again. They have banned the Corki, the Blitz, and the Vagar. Pearl, they have taken away the Echo, the Tristana, and the Mordekaiser. Lucid have started off with picking up the Ezreal, and you know what? I'm going to be honest, I don't mind Lucid forcing Pearl to also ban the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, smart taking that blue side again to force the Mordekaiser ban, so we're sort of back to where we were for, game 1 with, instead of the Mordekaiser ban, this time going to be a Tristana ban, calling back to Exodia's Tristana in game 1. But we see the Karma being locked in by G&E Pearl, this time going to lock in the Lucian as well. So we have the Lucian Karma run back. I really like that. I think while early lane was a little rough for them game 2, I think it's still a strong pairing. I think they still did find their tempo, and it's really good into the B1 Ezreal as well.
Yeah, and it ended up performing well. It didn't really perform that well for Lucid, at least the Lucian didn't, but it wasn't paired up with the Enchanter support. Pearl have paired it with the Karma yet again, and Lucid, they've picked up the Victor, which they had in game 1, and they've also grabbed the Jarvan. Jarvan has been consistently banned away in that second phase of bans by Pearl, and so, maybe this early game jungler will have an impact. But one thing that I do want to see maybe out of Lucid is, something that Pearl banned in the previous games was, the Diana or the Xayah, and considering that we have the AD and probably the jungle, I doubt we're getting Jarvan support. We're probably not going to see the Xayah or the Diana unless we get, actually no, we're not even going to see Diana mid. So, I was going to say I would love to see one of those two bans to, maybe see what Pearl were forced to give up, but it looks like Lucid aren't going to be taking advantage of that, and instead they ban out the Scion, and Pearl, they take away the Galio again.
Yeah, really good to get that Scion out of there. I almost would have liked G&E Pearl to just pick the Scion on 3. I don't think BDE Lucid, again, is going to have much to deal with it, but instead prioritizing the Wukong for Sethi, also another really impactful pick this entire series. Even in the game that they lost, I thought that Sethi was, doing really well for themselves, and it's good that they at least were able to secure some sort of prio pick with this R3.
Yep, and they've gone back to what they have won on. They, it took until game 3, but they won on the Wukong. Exactly as you said, performed very well in the first game up until Tristana just started going absolutely bonkers. Then Lucian Karma quite strong, and Lucid, they have now said, all right, you know what? No Scion, no Malphite. We're just trying to get rid of this stupid tank v tank top lane matchup. Pearl said, all right, you know what? Even if you're trying to get rid of that, we're going to make sure that we have counter pick for Cook so Cook can keep smashing y'all, and they are going to pick up the Orianna in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely seeing that Orianna in the mid lane again, paired up with that Wukong. It's like game 1. It's really good to see if they're going to get that Shockwave into Cyclone in that teamfight combo. They weren't able to do it game 1, but, given that maybe with more momentum, they will be able to make it happen. And we see the Set and the Renata being locked in. Renata into Karma, not like an unplayable matchup, but Renata definitely wants to be into engage. Renata going to be more useful at dealing with the Wukong and the Orianna, and we see the Set blind in the top lane. Since we've been seeing tanks from both sides, really for most of the series, I'm not surprised to see the Set as the blind pick for some Genie's Pearl to pick, something else, but maybe they'll just opt for the tank matchup as they get the Ornn there. Hopefully, Pack on BDE Lucid is going to have a better time now that, they have a better matchup.
Yeah, we did see Pack in game number 1 perform very well on the Mordekaiser. Pearl took that away, and so, that forced Pack onto kind of these more slower, tanky matchups in the top lane. That Pack just, quite frankly, got obliterated on. Cook was just putting on an absolute clinic in the past couple of games, and I will say, I am personally a big Set enjoyer myself, does phenomenal work, even if Sethi wants to try to come up there and make something happen. And that right hook, I'm not going to say it packs a punch because, it is a punch, but it can do a ton of damage. I love to see this Set here, another bruiser type champion that can really just 100 to 0 somebody if given the chance to get on the back line, especially if you can, and the thing is for Pearl, they've given Set a wonderful showstopper target to slam dunk onto the backline, because that Ornn is big and beefy and will be doing a lot of AoE damage.
Definitely really good to see, you know, BDE pivot away from the tank v tank, because Cook was kind of washing pack,
Yeah.
to put it nicely. So this is maybe the pivot that I asked, you know, BDE to make at the end of game 3. We'll have to see, you know, Set should have the advantage in fight, you know, doesn't like smash lane or anything, but if he's able
Right.
to use a showstopper, will definitely be useful. We'll see if this Jarvan from the side of Swag, definitely a departure from the Ivern and the Nocturne, definitely wants to make plays a lot earlier. We'll able to see if, you know, he'll be able to impact either, you know, any of these lanes really. I guess Victor, Ezreal don't have the best setup. Renata as well maybe can get Karma with like a handshake or something, but it is mainly going to be on Swag to make these ganks happen in lanes.
Yeah, and you know, it's gonna be a little bit of a competition now. I think between the junglers, we saw Sethi at 3.5 minutes in game number 1 get in a very successful gank, and has, in the past couple of games has just continued to put on the pressure and apply the pressure. And I will say, do you think that maybe we can get some neutralization in the jungle? Do you think maybe we can wait for this Ezreal and Victor to scale up and smash the top lane as best as possible? Do you think the scaling is in favor of Lucid this game potentially?
I mean, Lucian, Ori both aren't like DPS carries in the same way that Victor, Ezreal are. It's really going to come down to like this early game and this mid game and these team fights with the Lucian and the Ori. But if nothing happens for 30 minutes, then eventually this Victor and this Ezreal will be too strong to deal with.
All right. Well, I'm certainly excited to see it. I will say, I think these drafts are pretty much locked down and locked in. So we will go ahead and go on our brief break for competitive integrity, and we will see y'all on the Rift for game number 4.
child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. The sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello, and welcome back to game number 4, BDE, GE Pearl. They are out onto the Rift. GE, they have taken the last 2 games in dominant fashion. BDE are looking to recover and send us to silver scrapes. Daydream, do you think it can happen?
I think it can happen. Whether it will happen is what we'll find out in the next 20 to 30 minutes. We see no more level 1 invade shenanigans. I'm disappointed. Every time I cast a game of League of Legends, I just want to see all 10 champions get into a brawl level 1, and it never happens. It's almost like this is like the elimination game for BDE or something, but like send
Can't
it,
believe
you
they're
know?
not A-ram. I can't believe they're not A-ramming at level 1. Like, come on, team. What are you doing? You're throwing. You're actually throwing, but not really. We have a little bit of a change of style for BDE from the last two games. They're putting Pack on something a little more brawly, a little more bruisery. And they've put Swag on something not scaling. They've put Swag on the Jarvan, an early game ganking champion. Does have the first strike rune. So, Daydream, do you think we're going to see Swag affecting these early lanes again? Do you want to try to call your shot on first blood again?
First blood is going to be Sadly killing this Ezreal or this Renata. That's what I'll call.
Okay, okay. I mean, I guess I got to call my shot again. I am going to say, and I hate to say this,
Don't
but
say
I
it.
think Swag is going to try to go for a gank mid, and Sethi is going to counter it, and Swag's going to get deleted early.
Oh no. Not like this.
Not like this. Pepe hands. I mean, Sethi's been performing really well this series. I fully expect it. Meanwhile, the supports are just trading cooldowns in the bottom lane, and the top laners, hey, they're top laning, but Swag wants to go for the early gank. Hold on. We might have first blood elsewhere. Ornn is on the run. The flag and drag. The knockup is there. Does Ornn want to flash? No! The Jarvan, with an actually very successful gank, takes down the Ornn in the top lane and gives Pack some early breathing room.
Yeah, I'd like to point out Swag started on the red buff. He did red buff his only camp and just went straight to top lane. So that's one way to get ahead in the early game. And that just blows our first blood predictions out of the water. Good job,
Yep.
Swag.
No, Swag literally made it the exact opposite play, made it the top side of the map, and made it a very successful gank. So Daydream, we were both, I've just got to say, we were both completely wrong there. And maybe that's enough for BDE to start pulling ahead here, do you think?
I mean, it's certainly possible. Swag is gonna have to do more than just like take one kill, especially since Kill not going over to Pack, is not suddenly gonna be able to 1v9. But just as I say that,
Once more, forces the flash out of the Orianna, committed the flash themselves, but Swag, pre-330, already getting 2 ganks in.
yeah, but a consequence of that is that Sethi is going to be ahead in farm, and if this Wukong can sort of say, team, hold on, I'll be there sometime, this Wukong will be stronger than the Jarvan eventually.
Yeah, Swag hasn't even picked up the Raptors yet. Wants to go in. Once his bottom Scuttle Crab is down a level, but his bot lane has the push. Exodia is already up here in the river. Swag, does still force Sethi off of the bottom Scuttle, and we'll have to see. I doubt we're going to see a double Scuttle here at all, but, it does force the Wukong to have a little bit more of a delayed clear, but Swag is still here, goes in for the flag and drag, but doesn't get any flashes this time. Finally, it was expected, and it looks like Swag is just going to go clear the Krugs.
I was a little optimistic trying to go on Lucian with that dash up, but Swag not losing anything, didn't have the flash to lose, but we see Sethi here.
Oh, that's the
His
W
first
used.
turn.
That is a huge cooldown. Pack has to commit the flash to get out of there, does manage to do it. Sethi, though, with a successful gank of his own, doesn't manage to get the kill quite yet.
Yeah, definitely goodbye Sethi to burn the flash from Pack. That's going to give Cook a little more breathing room after dying for blood.
Mm-hmm. And, even after dying for first blood, still up in CS. Of course, it looks like the wave is pushing into Pack, but, Cook hasn't gone too far down in the gold department, which is what you love to see, even if you do die first. The teleport has already been committed, though, so Pack might be able to come back and, make up and eclipse that gold advantage again.
And we see Swag maybe setting up for some sort of lane gank in the bot lane. However, looking at the wave, Ominous Penguin just going to be able to freeze it. I don't think that there's any reason for this Karma and this Lucian to ever walk up into a place where they'd be vulnerable to this.
Yeah, they're doing well. They're not getting too hard of a push, but you don't need it. If you can freeze and just force the Ezreal and the Renata to stay up, then you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself. And I will say, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Pac try to get a little scrappy with this Ornn, maybe try to push him off of some CS, but no, they're just kind of farming pretty, gently, and that's a W that doesn't do a lot of damage, isn't even committed to clear the wave, and Pac has to back off just in case Sethi wants to come up and take another chunk out of him.
Yeah, Ornn even having the level advantage now, level 6, level 5, but I've seen this before.
Indeed, the flash is not up, but the Orianna was too close to the turret. The flag and drag is not enough to get Gabe recalled down.
Yeah, like I said in Champ Select, this Victor and this Ezreal, don't really have any like setup. So it's going to be on this J4 to hit this EQ, and Gabe Recall was barely able to sidestep, the flag and drag. So you see actually Sethi coming in for a gank of their own.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Platinum Heart can flash out of it, and they do indeed. The Gravity Well is there, gets a little bit more damage onto Sethi, but not quite enough. The Command Protect doing a good job of shielding there.
Yeah, the Shockwave did not connect. A good flash by Platinum Heart. We see it play on the top side.
Cook flashes it this time, and the face breaker just barely missed. That was seconds before disaster for Cook.
Yeah, these ganks are just happening back to back to back to back to back. And, besides that very first one by Swag, nothing is really happening. Flashes are being burned, sure, but oh my god.
That was a
solo kill.
A fully committed Chaos Storm, and Gabe Recall goes down. Didn't even, or looked like it already committed the Shockwave previously, and so Platinum Heart took advantage of it.
Yeah, Platinum Hearts, he lost the flash, but he still was able to somehow get Gabe Recall in with that, maybe using the Gravity Well to stun that Orianna up with the Chaos Storm. We'll have to see if Platinum Heart is able to accelerate this advantage, because BDE already 2 kills up, and it looks like there might be more as there's fighting in the bot lane.
Yeah, but once again, Penguin and Viz, they are not playing too aggressively here. They're just making sure that their farm doesn't get too far behind. They don't want to, potentially fall to Swag making anything happen. And Exodia and Umi, they're staying a little bit ahead on farm, but they're not able to smash this bottom lane as of yet. And so we're going to have to see if Exodia can repeat the performance from game number 1 and again take this to game number 5. Viz is taking a lot of damage from those Q pokes though. Now that being said, Platinum Heart is clearing the wave. Gabe Recall has arrived. Both junglers are on the bottom side of the map. We'll have to see if they want to path upward and start making something happen. And I will say, we're kind of out of the early game. Oh, goodness. Exodia just takes out Viz. That's what those Q pokes can do, everybody. Exodia, we said wasn't getting too much pressure, and all of a sudden that kill can start making things happen. There's the face breaker. There's a W into Cook. Again, not quite enough grit stacked up to make it happen, but either way, that is going to be Drake going over to BDE.
Yeah, through the pressure that, this bot lane and the mid lane, ironically, have been able to get on their own. These ganks from Swag weren't working out, but I guess that doesn't matter if you are just able to solo, your laners.
Just be better.
Just be better, I guess. And that is BDE taking the first dragon. Genie Pearl, we're trying to, draft a comp that allows them to sort of spike during the mid game, but if BDE is already this accelerated, it might be hard for them. Genie and specifically Sethi is going to have to look to make something happen to sort of bring the gold advantage back towards them.
Yeah, and right now, the getting handshaked into the wall, into the arcane shift Q is not the way to do it. And again, Pac just barely missing on these face breakers to pull the Ornn in and get that additional damage done. We're kind of past the point where early game set can really dominate the lane, and now it's going to be how well can he scale, what items are we going to see built, and Cook down a little bit of CS, but it doesn't matter too much. This Ornn, once those ornaments start to come online, that scaling can get very, very dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, look at that E. Very good.
Facebreaker comes in, and again, these haymakers without a lot of grit, they give you a very low shield, but they don't do a lot of damage, and the cooldown on that thing is quite long. Pac has to start running away before the Ornn charges in again and just takes out the rest of his health bar.
Yeah, these top laners still brawling it out, just like game after game after game, constantly testing each other. Earlier, past 2 games, Cook has been able to get the better of these brawls, but maybe with the set, once those items come through, once that Blade of the Ruined King comes through, could be, an advantage for Pack.
Yeah, again, set certainly can get scary, can be a lane bully, can be a 5v5 team bully meatball on the front line. But for the time being, we have yet to see it. Despite that, BDE, though, they still get advantage over the Rift Herald, and it's starting to look a lot more like game number 1, where they have priority over the neutral objectives. It seems whoever gets first Herald, first Drake, tends to get control of the game.
Yeah, definitely. That's, both neutral objectives on each side of the map going over to BDE. Definitely a much better look for the early game. And, when they seem to have the scaling advantage as well, that's a good look. But we see maybe a dive happening in the bot lane. Besides against it.
Yeah, Exodia is able to get out easy peasy, and that is actually quite a lot of damage onto Sethi. Meanwhile, Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane. That is going to get a couple of turrets here onto both Platinum Heart and Swag. A good chunk of gold onto some important carries, and once again, we're up in the top lane. And, top laners, they do be top laning.
True, I guess. Do I validate that take by agreeing with it? I don't think so.
I mean, look, what you wave clear, you punch each other a couple of times, and then you run away, you heal up, and you go back and you punch each other. That's what top laning means.
All right. That's going to be an agree to disagree moment on that one. As we see on the opposite side of the map, they were able to use that Rift Herald to get plates off of the failed play by G&E Pearl. Once, Wukong, sort of gives up all tempo to try and go for Exodia there, BDE can pretty much do whatever they want. And what they want happens to be, kill mid plates, as you see. Oh man, Cook still with the level advantage.
Yeah, Pack should be pretty close to leveling up here, and there we see does get it, but Ornn, pretty consistently staying just a little bit ahead on levels could be important. And oh my gosh, Swag wants us, goes in with the Cataclysm, and Platinum Heart with the Chaos Storm over the top. Gabe Recall can't do nothing, goes down in the lane gank.
Yeah, Gabe Recall again dead. This time, with the gank, it wasn't at least a solo kill, but Gabe Recall falling so far behind, already, 0-2 compared to Platinum Heart's 2-0. As G&E Pearl is just watching this game slip out of their grasp.
Yeah, and, it's not been that explosive on the top and bottom side of the map. We've seen the fireworks in mid lane happening, but, compared to the previous couple of games, for Pack, hasn't gotten solo killed yet, isn't down on CS, and still has a full turret. Well, actually, I say that there's 2 plates taken off of it, but still has a mostly full turret. This could be a lot worse, and I think going into the mid to late game for BDE, they have a 2k gold lead. Their top laner is not abysmally behind. Their bot lane is applying the pressure. I think this feels pretty good, and now Cook gets hit with the right hook, is taking quite a bit of damage, the W just for a little bit of tickle, and now the Ornn's on half health.
Yeah, definitely, as we see both teams setting up around this Ocean Drake. We've seen the dragon fights be the catalyst for a lot of action earlier, and we'll see side of G&E Pearl can make something happen, but look at that Victor laser already sending HViz to a state of health that you don't want to be in.
Yeah, but take note, Cook has TP, Pack does not. These teleports have just come unleashed. Sethi wants to try to go in, is not able to get the Drake, but does go in for the Cyclone. Victor does take down the Karma. Can Ornn get here in time? Renata takes down the Wukong. The bailout is here. Can Swag get the takedown in time? No, and on the backside of the fight, Lucian with the exhaust takes down Exodia, and Pack running all the way from the top lane doesn't get there. You know what? That's not Pack. That's Renata. Okay, look, I know what Set and Renata look like, I swear. Pack staying in the top lane for the rest of his team to die.
Oh my god, that was a battle in the backside of that fight. But let's look at how it started. Sethi gonna go over the wall with the Blast Cone, I believe, and then uses the clone to try and contest the Drake. Sees that the Drake goes down and says, okay, heck it, we're gonna flash Cyclone. Succulent Shockwave on the other side does go down though, and it looks kind of bad, but with the TP that you mentioned Ominous, what is it? Cook is able to sort of zone everyone else off, and then it becomes a 1v1 between Ominous Penguin and Exodia, and that Gale Force and the exhaust are so clutch. Ominous Penguin living with has to be like single-digit health, and that was so close to being bad, but G and E Pearl are keeping themselves in this game.
Now a 6-4 on the gold graph, a 1,000 gold lead. They have closed that number greatly. They haven't stopped this dragon stacking, but Platinum Heart all of a sudden nearly gets taken down. The bailout living up to its name, and maybe HV is getting caught out now as well. Just barely getting out of here, but that is a double kill for Exodia. Quick turnaround for BDE Lucid. They are still in command of this game.
That is a bailout by definition. Platinum Heart's poor positioning not being punished. As, you know, sadly, it was a decent look, but like, you can't do that into Renata. Renata, you know, W absolutely turning what would have been a 1-5 for Genie Pearl to 2 quick kills for Exodia's Ezreal.
Yeah, it looked like they weren't expecting the rest of the team to be there. Platinum Heart, you know, maybe playing the bait really, really well there, and it ended up working out. In the meantime, Pack is back on the top side. You know, it still hasn't really been a big part of these team fights yet, but is just clearing the wave and is trying to keep this top lane turret alive for as long as possible. Will get a little bit more difficult in the face of an Orianna, though.
Yeah, definitely. Once this Orianna is able to sort of get her items, I mean, she doesn't have Mythic yet, but she should just be able to clear waves into the set. However, see plays being made by Swag. Not going to get that gank off, instead only going to just trade flash for flash.
Yeah, but hey, you know, if you're the Jarvan with the dash in the kit, I don't think you mind that. In the meantime, though, Platinum Heart is dealing with this Ornn. Ooh, Cook just barely getting out of there in time. Platinum Heart is going to get the wave pushed in. Pack wants this, though, and all of a sudden, Gabe Recall falls. Swag was expecting it, and all of a sudden, 9-4, a 3K gold lead now for BDE. They want the second Rift Herald. They are feeling frisky. Oh, hold on. Platinum Heart maybe in for a little bit too much, but no, Cook is the one that's in too far. The Chaos Storm coming in clutch. A kill on both sides of the map for BDE Lucid.
Yeah, BDE, everything is coming up BDE as across the whole map. They're just getting all the kills. That's getting the first hurt going over to Pack, as this is not a good look for Genie Pearl. It's sort of hard to figure out how you come back. Just has to be a miracle team fight from Sethi and Gabe Recall Shockwave. But you know, if BDE keeps playing the split map style where they're, you know, taking fights across the map instead of all in one big clump, it's going to be so easy for them to use the gold advantage that they have to push towards victory.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I do want to say is on something like a set that does have kind of that more damage than Malphite, it seems like, you know, Pack is doing much better with maybe a little bit more agency, a little bit more, you know, self-determination. And if you're BDE, maybe that's something to take into, again, if they win this, if they hold out into potentially the next game, so that they can keep on pressing the advantage. But I will say Platinum Heart on this Victor has had, I will say, admittedly, a couple of sketchy games, is looking much, much better here.
Yeah, definitely. Platinum Heart having the performance of Asteria so far, is Victor getting the solo kill and now able to completely demolish the fight. Again, taking another solo kill onto Cook in the bot lane, and to look at the pressure, the Rift Herald coming down as well. What will BDE be able to get from this?
They do get the charge on the mid tier 2. They get the mid tier 1 taken down, but nothing else too crazy. In the meantime, Cook gets a turret up on the top side of the map. That was just at about single digit HP, so it really didn't matter. But that being said, Lucid, they want this Hextech Drake. It is going fast. Gravity Well in the choke point keeps G and E out. Sethi wants to try to go in, but doesn't get there in time. The Cyclone comes through. The junglers are duking it out, and the Renata Glass hostile takeover does just that. Lucian is kiting away with the culling, but Swag is on the chase. The knockup comes through. Penguin's trying to get out of there. The range, maybe, just maybe. And oh no, is Umi gonna be the one to get it? No, Sethi is here. The Renata Glass does not take advantage of it, but that is a one-team fight again for BDE Lucid.
Yeah, BDE Lucid, with all of this gold that they have, it's so impossible for them to lose a fight that doesn't, start with a wombo combo. We see the flash from Seti, but this time there's no shockwave to follow it up. I don't even think Seti was close enough to get a good shockwave, and once that initial play fails, it's just BDE just running over the fight.
Yeah, and Swag here. Swag is on an absolute mission this game, it seems like. Does not, probably again, Ominous Penguin has been surviving on such low HP numbers for the past few fights. At some point, eventually he will go down, but, Swag 2-1-7, 9 out of 12 kill participation, doing an absolutely phenomenal job here, I think, on this Jarvan, and, Daydream, you said you wanted to see more than just the one successful gank out of Swag. Has he started to really meet those requirements? Are we still expecting more out of him so far for this game?
I think Swag is doing fine. Yeah, no, Swag definitely the catalyst for a lot of these plays. I mean, part of it's like the solo kills, right? But like in these fights now, Swag being joined up with the rest of the team is allowing this Victor and this Ezreal to sort of free fire, and now this is like what a mid game Jarvan should be doing, and props to him, he's doing it.
Yeah. Now I do want to point your direction once more to the top lane. We've talked about it a fair number of times, but specifically to those item slots on Mr. Cook. Now that is an Ornn whose first item is a Thornmail.
I mean,
what's your read on first item Thornmail on Ornn?
no, you can't spell Thornmail without Ornn, right? It's perfect. No, besides that, it's very bad. Again, like, Thornmail not getting much value. I mean, I guess the only time it would be useful is if Ezreal goes Crown and you break Crown with it, but then you break Bramble Vest. You break Crown with Bramble Vest anyway, right? And Ezreal also isn't going Crown. I'd rather people just buy good tank items, especially when it's not prevalent healing, as we see. That's almost a solo kill in the bot lane. We see the Ornn ult come through to top the Baron, but
yeah, it does successfully stop the Baron, but that was extremely dangerous for Gabe Recall, and now we're just seeing both teams try to reset and try to regain control of the map as best as possible, but for BDE Lucid, that was a Baron play. It seemed like that they were just trying to check to see if GE Pearl, are you up to this? Are you even paying attention? Are you ready for this? And I guess it looked like attempting to force Genie Pearl to respond, because if they didn't, Lucid would just win the game.
yeah, Genie Pearl really looking to make something happen. And, it was good. They got them off the Baron, but there still is a threat for this final Hextech Dragon. There still are many more Barons to come, so Genie Pearl need to start, getting gold for themselves and start winning fights now. Otherwise, they're going to bleed out.
Yeah, and speaking of gold and gold comparison, oh no, Gabe Recall is already getting chunked out by Platinum Heart again. This Aerie on the Victor is apparently putting in just a ton of work, but these two control mage mid laners are just duking it out, and we'll have to see who can win the current bottom lane scuffle while the other members of each team are in the top side jungle. I mean, these Ezreal ultimates are just doing so much damage to Ominous Penguin. The Q chunks him down to 33% HP, and all of a sudden, Lucid, they have forced back the two carries from G&E, and this is just looking better and better. You said it yourself, G&E Pearl, what can they do here? It seems like they can't even respond.
Yeah, G&E Pearl, they're running out of options. They're not able to win the side lane. They're not able to force on the mid lane, and unless they find some sort of flank, some sort of angle, they will just lose this game.
Yeah, and I guess if you're looking for hope somewhere, Mr. Cook up in the top lane did manage to acquire a Sunfire Cape, so Ornn Mythic item complete. There is 2 items on the Lucian and 2 items on the Ezreal, so in terms of gold overall, it is equal despite the level advantage, and that is now an objective bounty. So things looking maybe a little bit up, not super positive, but the gold lead was crunched down to only 4k at the moment, and all of a sudden Platinum Heart goes a little bit too aggressive. That's another shutdown. That's more gold in the favor of G&E. They are down to 4 members here for this Drake fight. The Ornn goes in The hostile takeover does not hit a ton, but there is the showstopper. It's a ton of damage. Exodia goes on a rampage. That's a double kill. And Viz and Penguin are on the run. Pack is chasing them down, but that is Ocean Dragon, and that is Ocean Soul for BDE Lucid in the 4v5.
It looks so close, and yeah, currently right now, Riot has their Dragon things bugged, so even though it was Ocean Dragon on the timer, it is going to be that Hextech Drake and Soul. Riot can't keep their game working for more than a single patch, as we see. It looks so good. Sadly, getting the pick onto that Victor, but we see the rest of the engage just isn't coordinated. They aren't able to get that, you know, I mean, they don't have the Cyclone anymore, but they aren't able to get anything else following up with that Ornn engage, and suddenly, you know, just the massive amount of gold even now is transcending the numbers advantage.
Yeah, and you know, I was originally worried about, you know, Ocean Dragon being on BDE, but Hextech Soul as well. It's going to be so much continuous damage. Meanwhile, though, Pack and Umi, they are on the run. G&E, they want this. They are chasing it aggressively, but they just can't catch up. And, you know, another easy escape for BDE Lucid. G&E, no matter what they do, it seems like even when they get something, they lose harder elsewhere.
Yeah, it's not, you know, you're going to need more than that to come back from this much of a deficit, especially now that the Hextech Soul is here, this Ezreal, this Victor. If either of them are surviving the fight, that long-range poke into the slows is how Hextech Soul is used best. So we'll see what Genie Pearl's next and maybe last move is for this game.
Yeah, I know. 15-5 on the kills, 6k gold lead for BDE. Platinum Heart once again maybe getting caught out, does commit the flash, but a well-placed gravity well stuns up Sethi, and all of a sudden the rest of the team is here. That's a dead monkey. The Jarvan goes in with the Cataclysm. Gabe Recall goes golden, but it's not enough time for that you can buy. Ezreal with another double kill. Exodia popping off once again. 4 more dead. That is finally gonna be Baron for BDE Lucid.
Yeah, that is 4 for 0. BDE Lucid just on the death march now with this soul, with this combat power. We see in the replay, Platinum Heart walks so far forward because he just knows he can. We see the Ornn ultimate come through, the flash away from the R2, and suddenly with the teleports, BDE Pearl realize that they are way too far up. The Ezreal ult, the True Shot Barrage into the slow on the entire team means that there's absolutely nothing that G&E Pearl can do.
It is just continually falling further and further apart, and as this game continues on, BDE Lucid will continue to gain momentum into what could potentially be a game number 5. It would be a final best of 1 to determine who is eliminated and who moves on to losers semi-finals. Both of these teams desperately want it. We've seen how well G&E Pearl can play. They were so strong in games 2 and 3, but BDE Lucid, you know, they had game 1 where Exodia popped off, carried the game, and now, you know, in the early game, it seemed like Platinum Heart was the one, you know, keeping the mid lane locked down nice and safe, and Exodia now in the late game doing so much damage, chunking the enemy team so low, cleaning them up no problem. It looks like this feels like game number 1 on repeat, just maybe some different champions.
Yeah, Exodia having another pop-off performance on the Ezreal this time. Not as flashy as Tristana, not able to like turbo run in, but you know, that's sort of just a champion thing. It does have the Cyrilda's Grudge, the Essence Reaver, and the Miramana, so very strong on this Ezreal. Yeah, who does need a mythic? I mean, you have Hexol, though I feel like the Eclipse is probably better, but all that aside, you see the Ornn ult's coming down. and
Swag
not
is
much.
in pretty deep. That is 4 members on top of him, and it just doesn't matter. Platinum Heart with the Chaos Storm over the top. The Jarvan ultimate as well. The hostile takeover didn't even need to hit. The Ornn will fall from Exodia going in. That is a shutdown, but it's a triple kill for Exodia before he finally falls. They have a minion wave. It is only Gabe Recall left to stand in the way. And all of a sudden, BDE Lucid, they are taking down the Nexus turrets once again. Pack is coming in to help them clean it up. That is game number 4 in their pockets. It's 2-2. We are going to Silver Scrapes.
That was a stomp from BDE. Definitely showing that they still coming through from Genie Pearl and taking it to. We will see if BDE is able to keep their momentum going. You know, Exodia able to have a pop-off performance, or if Genie Pearl will be able to right their way back in the series and take Game 5.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, Daydream, but I'm thinking once again, I mean, if you're G&E, now you're thinking like, okay, well, do we just throw 5 bans at Exodia, right? Like, is that the play? Do we just make it sure Exodia can't play the video game? Because, I mean, I think at the end of the day, Platinum Heart popped off as well, but if Exodia can't go 11-2-6 or 12-1-13 or whatever they went in game 1, I don't know if, maybe BDE can't win.
I mean, it wasn't just Exodia this game, though. I think a lot of credit has to go to Platinum Heart and Swag for also stepping up and facilitating Exodia in this late game. You know, even Platinum Heart dealing some big damage numbers as well. But we'll have to see. There's nothing really left to say. Both teams are going to have to leave it on the Rift in Game 5, which we will get to right when we come back.
It's higher than a mountain, and we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
我左右，键盘噼啪着，时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Hello everybody, one and all, and welcome to game number 5 of the EDL Losers semi-finals. This is silver gameplay. We just had silver scrapes, and we are getting into the very last picks and bans. G&E Pearl lost game number 4, and they have selected to be on the blue side. BDE Lucid are relegated to the red side. Picks and bans are coming through. So far, they are looking pretty similar to what they have been throughout the series, and I do not expect them to change. We have the Echo ban, the Trist ban, the Mordekaiser ban, and the Blitzcrank ban, and there's actually the Victor ban, finally, for G&E Pearl.
Yeah, so we see a bit of change in bans. This time BDE Lucid, instead of leaving the Mordekaiser or the Corki up, they're instead going to leave the Vigar up, and it's going to be snatched away. The first time this series, this Vigar has been left up, it is snatched B1 for G&E Pearl.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. You know, again, this is the first time we've been able to see it. I'm interested to see, you know, will it have an impact? Was it actually something that needed to be banned? Were Lucid, you know, smart to be wary of it? That baby cage can pose quite a bit of problems. But somebody else that has something quite similar to a baby cage, just on a lot longer of a cooldown, Jarvan the Fourth, performed really well for Swag in the last game and is picking it up again on R1.
Yeah, J4 with that adult cage on the ultimate, going to be picked up again. Swag has so much, you know, impact on the early game with this pick, and he's going to have a similar performance. And BDE Lucid going with the R2 Renata as well, a pick with that bailout, able to turn some crucial fights, you know, that hostile takeover as well. Big reason this Jarvan and this Renata, you know, are being picked so early is because they had such good performances last game.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, I was going to say that maybe Pearl, you know, they picked the Vigar, maybe they want to shy away from any strong dive picks going into this to avoid, you know, giving the Renata just more usefulness out of that ultimate. But, you know, they've picked the Malphite, which, again, performed really well for Cook in game number 2, solo killing Pack up in the top lane multiple times. I think it got up to 3 or 4 by the time we got to the team fight phase. So looks like Pearl want to continue their diving ways, and they don't care about the Renata. But Lucid, they're running it back from last game so far as best as possible, and they pick up the Ezreal as well.
Yeah, that is the Ezreal. This is almost, you know, so far, 3 champions, all the same from last game. Exodia on the Ezreal definitely got the better of Hangman most fights. There's that one fight where Hangman with the Gale Force and the Exhaust was able to kill the Ezreal, but besides that, it was looking all Exodia, and Exodia again getting that Ezreal into the Lucian. So BDE Lucid's just sort of sticking to what works, and G&E Pearl going to have to adapt their game plan to deal with it.
Yeah, and we're seeing, you know, Pearl, they've now taken away 2 of the bans from the last team composition. That is going to force Lucid to change up their solo laners. Maybe it could have a big impact. It's going to keep, you know, Lucid from, you know, being able to pick pack something maybe that he's comfortable on, kind of those brawlery champions up the top lane. That's going to force him into maybe the melee, the, you know, the big beefy tanky matchups, which, you know, we've seen Cook win multiple times now. But Lucid, they've banned away the Karma and they ban away the Trundle. They have left up the Nami for the Lucian. We'll have to see if Pearl want to take that and what their final ban will be, if they want to take away more of these top laners. But no, they actually go with the Orianna. They're really trying to force Lucid into a different style of team comp.
Yeah, taking away that set in that Oriana. We'll have to see if Genie Pearl opt into the Lucian Nami again. They did pick the Lucian earlier and chose not to pair it with the Nami, even though the Nami was up. We'll have to see. I don't think a run back of something like the Leona is good. And we see the Kennen coming out for the
Ooh.
side of BDE Lucid. The first time we've seen a Kennen this series. And definitely a big departure from all of Pac's earlier picks.
Yeah, this feels like you're reaching deep in the bag. What tricks do you have left? What can you pull out to make this surprising and keep Genie Pearl on their toes? And this Kennen could certainly be it. Kennen into Malphite, I'm interested if we are going to see, if that is going to be the lane, I'm interested for that matchup, who's going to kind of have the bigger impact in the fights with those late game ultimates. But we do see Pearl go ahead and pick up the Nami to proc that Lucian passive and have a strong 2v2 in the bot lane. But, we saw the Lucian Karma get bullied last game by the Ezreal Renata. I'm interested to see if Lucid will be able to keep that up, if, Exodia and Umi will be able to continue the pressure.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if this Lucian Nami is going to be what allows Genie Pearl to get the winning matchup. And we see the Graves again, this time being given over to Sethi instead of Gabe Recall.
Whoa, hold on. We have a Galio pick. Galio mid? It has to be, right?
I think it has to be. I mean, I don't think Renata's going mid. And again, normally it's been Umi on this Galio, but we'll see it in the hands of Platinum Heart.
Yeah, maybe this is something that Pearl are trying to take advantage of. Maybe there's, Platinum Heart, originally the jungler for Lucid. They've had, some roster difficulties, had to swap some things around. Maybe this has challenged Platinum Heart's champ pool a little bit. And Lucid, they're trying to put him on something safe like the Galio. I'm very interested on what now these solo lane matchups. What does the Galio Vigar mid lane matchup look like potentially?
Not much. There's just not much of a matchup there. Vigar can never really kill Galio, even if Galio is like caged. Galio can't really kill Vigar. I mean, Galio, if either jungler comes, right, then it's a different story. But like in the
Right.
1v1, they're both just chilling. Vigar's farming AP, and Galio is just looking to get that level 6 and use his CC in some sort of fight. So there's not much of a matchup there.
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. Galio also does have that AP shield that can get added on. And I'm very interested. We saw, as you said before, Umi has picked up the Galio multiple times, and I will say I wasn't too excited about, those heroic entrances over the top. It just didn't seem like the timing was quite right on those. The coordination wasn't quite there. I'm really hoping that maybe, Platinum Heart can make better use of those and really have an impact with those in team fights right when the team needs them, instead of coming in maybe too late, a little bit off on the angle.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Platinum Heart going to have to make something happen, but that Jarvan Galio is still such a deadly combo. Putting
Right.
them in the Cataclysm and then stacking the heroic entrance on. That's on the side of Genie Pearl. Gabe Recall on this Vigar isn't going to be able to get out of it. However, the Graves and the Lucian can just dash through the Cataclysm to try and avoid this combo. We'll have to see. There's going to be the Kennen coming on top of it too. We'll have to
Yeah.
see if that might be harder though, because Kennen can't make his way through the Cataclysm. Going to have to sort of fight around it or have Swag drop the walls early. But you will see if the coordination between BDE is strong enough to get these Wombo combos off.
Yeah, I would love to see it. We do have a little bit of a press R comp, a little bit of a hot pot comp. You have the Cataclysm, if the Kennen can get in there, or even just like on the edge to the point where the slicing maelstrom can affect, as many people as possible. It could just do so much work. But again, you're correct. The mobility on these champions is pretty difficult. They have a lot of peel and they have a lot of engage, especially with something like the Nami wave. They also have Vagar on the baby cage. And if all else fails, Cook just ults in and knocks up 4 while the rest of the team runs away and just waits out all of these big cooldowns.
Yeah, definitely. Draft looking a lot like the draft of game two, where
Hmm.
BDE going for this big press R comp and the side of G&E Pearl is just trying to avoid it, play around it. And, last time we saw this type of matchup went in the favor of G&E Pearl. We'll have to see if they can repeat that performance again, or if, the BDE has learned from their mistakes, learned to put Exodia on a champion that can sort of fend on its own. You will see once these champions are locked in.
Yeah, and that said, Exodia hasn't been able, played the Tristana one game, was taken away from it in the next one, had a very good performance on Israel in the last game, and we will now see, will he be able to get that repeat performance? I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to dish out as much damage as possible, but we will be into game number 5 in just a couple of minutes to see who will come out on top. Well, it all comes down to this. One last game, one last bout to settle it all. G&E Pearl, BDE Lucid, they are walking out onto the Rift, and these cowards don't go for a cheesy level 1 play to start it off, but hey, who can blame them? This is elimination. Daydream, what are we looking for here? What are you excited for in this game number 5?
I'm excited for a banger. I want to see these picks that have finally been unleashed onto the Rift. This is our first chance to see Gabe recall on what I assume is his signature Vigard. Fanned out for the past 4 games. Look at him hopping around the mid lane. A
You
little
know,
tiny bundle of evil. We'll see
even
if he is able to primordial burst anyone this game. Sorry, I did cut you off there, Sundry.
No, I was gonna say I love this skin. Also, Gabe, are you watching? Like, how that's just perfectly posing for the camera. Like, you know, look, you know, well, hello, apparently, GNE. A pleasure that you're watching the stream. I'm happy to have you here with us, along with the rest of our viewers, for again losers bracket semi-finals. Now, at the very least, we will track for the time being which side the junglers are starting on, and they are both starting on the top side, pathing down to the bottom side. I'm expecting things to get a little explosive down here with a Jarvan and a Graves.
Yeah, we'll see if BDE Swag does another one of his borderline psychopathic level 2 ganks. Says, look at the mini map. Oh, here we are.
Started red buff, goes for it again, but doesn't get anything out of it. It was the same concept, Daydream. You had it on the money, but it doesn't work out as well this time.
Yeah, that's a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, nope you didn't. You missed the gank. Um, a classic BDE Swag, not going to be able to make anything happen with his level 2 gank, and unlike the Wukong, letting a Graves free farm and free outscale you is definitely a little scarier. The Graves pick, definitely a good adaptation by Seti, but we'll see if the proficiency on the champion is there since the pick hasn't been pulled out this entire series.
Yeah, we did see the Graves mid lane for Gabe Recall, which performed very well into the Orianna, the scaling mid laner, but this is now the jungle matchup, and in the mid lane we have Platinum Heart on the Galio, and Gabe is on the Vigard, the tiny master of evil. Honestly, I like the opposing aesthetic. Galio is canonically like a giant statue of like pure goodness and happiness and light, and then Veigar is over here just being a little gremlin. It feels like a reasonable matchup. But in the bottom lane, that is where it seems like the real damage it has been done, at least for BDE. I'm interested to see, will Exodia have the pressure here? What is your opinion, for the Nami Lucian lane over the, Karma Lucian lane? Do you think it will have more push than previously? Because right now it doesn't look like it.
It doesn't have more push because Nami can't sponsor Q wave. Difference between Lucian Nami and Lucian Karma is that Lucian Nami is a lot easier to just slam your face into them and kill them. However, Renata is very good into champions and situations where you want to slam your face and kill them. I mean, normally Renata into Enchanters isn't the move, but we see what is the move is Swag going for another gank, just going to get baby caged in, locked up, and Gabe Recall is going to stroll down to Seti where the rest of his team is waiting.
Yeah, there are 4 members of G&E down here on the bottom side of the map. They will get spotted out by a well-timed ward from Exodia. Doesn't look like anything will happen from it, and they now know where the Graves is hanging for the time being. That being said, Swag was hanging around on the bottom side, is still here thinking about recalling. We'll have to see if he wants to go for the gank. If he goes through the tri-brush, will get spotted out. Instead, just continues to think about the recall. Ooh, HViz thinking about going up to check out the bush. And Penguin and HViz, they're stepping forward. Is it far enough? The flash is committed from Swag, but doesn't get the knockup. Doesn't even force the flash out of Penguin. Swag not able to get anything across the map so far.
It is still a 1-for-1 trade and flash as well. Ominous
That is
Penguin was
true.
able to dash down. HViz did use the Nami flash as Nami doesn't have any mobility tools in her kit. But that is Swag's flash down, so that is his ganking power sort of, stagnated for the next 5 minutes, or probably as Cosmic, so like less than that. But that's still a window of opportunity where the laners can breathe a little safer. We'll see this Malphite into Cannon. Cook doing Malphite things with the second game of Comet Malphite that we've seen out of him. As Sethi is still, farming up already, I believe, 4 camps, or I can't do math. I think
Thereabout.
it is 4 camps up
I think
on
there's
BDE
a
Swag.
creep in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's a minion on there somewhere, but this Graves is already getting ahead in farm, and Swag currently hasn't, converted on any kills.
Yeah, and instead is currently just going back to farm the jungle himself. And you said last time you expect a lot out of Swag to really make that early game work, and so far nothing has come up yet. Maybe once we get that level 6 and the Cataclysm can start coming in, forcing more flashes out one way or another, that might be where we see BDE start to have an impact. But at the very least, G&E, they have not been able to get too far ahead as of yet. The scaling towards the late game could be a little bit dangerous, but if Exodia, this is game 5, Exodia, five pieces of Exodia. Maybe if the game goes long enough and Exodia can assemble the 5 items that he needs, they'll just win the game. Look, I had to get it in there. All right, I had to. I I have stunned my color caster into abject silence. Look, you can't have Exodia and Umi in the same game and just not commit the Exodia puns. My apologies. But that being said, Platinum Heart is just clearing out the way for the time being. Both mid laners, performing relatively well in terms of CS, but Sethi on this Graves, once that the collateral damage goes live, pretty much all of these lanes are in a lot of danger. But for the time being, BDE, they just get the first Infernal Drake, no contest.
Hey, sorry about that. Had a bit of a connection issue there, but I am back, and I see that BDE has taken that first dragon, so I assume it's a good use of the pressure. As we see Gabe recall, there's a bit of trading happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, Platinum Heart doing legitimately pretty well to push in this lane. And you know what? My awesome Exodia pun must have just taken out your internet.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably what happened. Maybe it was my internet just saving me from it.
Of course. It can't have those ears bleeding. But that being said, you were exactly correct. Plenty of pressure from Exodia and Umi in the bot lane transitioned to the Drake, and now Penguin and Viz, they're once again trying to push this in, and Jarvan is nowhere to be found to try to take advantage of it. Teleport invested from Platinum Heart to the mid lane, and we're starting to hit those level 5s, level 6s, and so far nothing big has come through, and this will be first Rift Herald over to G&E. Daydream, last time we said anyone who controlled the neutral objectives might control the game. This time they are split. Rift Herald for Dragon, but first Rift Herald quite strong.
Getting that first Rift Herald out by G&E, picking it up. I think Pac might have been considering a play, but definitely not going to have any opportunities to do that, as you see some trading in the bot lane. Lucian Nami not able to use that Nami at all. 3 circles still swirling around Ominous Penguin as the fight concludes, and you see Platinum Heart here. This is kind of scary for the side of G&E Pearl.
Yeah, Nami healing up as fast as she can, but that does have a cooldown, and it is not very short. And so Penguin and Viz, they just have to recall, and we are starting to see that CS gap in the bottom lane increase. But at the same time, Cook already starting to get a CS lead of their own in the top lane. This Malphite pick really proven quite effective, into 2 different styles of champions so far.
Yeah, definitely. This Malphite is doing Malphite things. It seems Pac still hasn't figured out how to deal with Arcane Comet Malphite Qs, as this Kennen, which was picked after the Malphite, definitely going to be more for the team fight than for the lane.
I mean, hey, slicing maelstroms, we've seen those do some crazy things. I just want to see those ultimates layered over the top. But in the meantime, Sethi, you do see him down here on that top side of your screen, is just clearing the Krugs for the time being. I don't think he was spotted on the ward. If he was, it was quite close. Swag, though, heading to the bottom side as well. I'm interested to see if we're going to see a 3v3, even though the dragon isn't going to be spawning in a couple of minutes. I mean, right now, both junglers, they have their ultimates. Sethi does have the level advantage over his opponent Swag in the jungle, but Exodia at the same time has the ultimate, or has the level advantage as well. I'm very interested, Daydream. Who do you think wins this 3v3 should they start to duke it out?
It's probably good. Let's see the items. Graves does have a full Umbral, and that's
That is
kind
true.
of scary. So as long as his Graves is able to do stuff, I think he will be the deciding factor. However, Ominous Penguin and HVIS have not been able to use this Lucian Ami combo to any level of effectiveness. So I think it's could be close.
Yeah, and once again, Swag smartly checking with these wards. They've avoided walking into a couple brushes this way, keeping themselves alive. And I mean, face checking a Graves, especially with that Umbral Glaive into the collateral damage, is just not something you want to see. So, being 20 CS down for Swag, not ideal. No assist. You don't like to see it, but at the very least is staying alive and is keeping Sethi from really being able to have an impact as well for the time being. Although Graves in a team fight, quite scary.
Yeah, Graves, if he's able to do Graves things, is always going to be one-shotting, especially the squishy members.
Hold on. Oh, a flash committed. The baby cage is put down, but Swag doing a good job of sidestepping the skill shots. But anyways, continue your point.
Yeah, Graves is always going to be a threat to, especially the squishy members being this Kennen, this Ezreal, and this Renata. Renata, sort of vulnerable to getting one shot. Like, not just Renata, but like champions that have bailout. Because if you get one shot, like you don't have the, you haven't dealt enough damage to them to be able to answer and let that bailout happen. Bailout is definitely better against champions that sort of beat you down in the middle of a fight, like we saw last game when they committed a bunch of members onto I believe Platinum Hearts Victor, because they committed so much that it was easy for them to turn it around. I feel like Graves just like one-shotting you from a flank isn't especially very committal, especially since that Graves ult brings him backwards towards safety.
Yeah, HVIS, turn it around, trying to get the engage on Platinum Heart. But as you said, with that Graves ultimate, I mean, it can be used for a lot of purposes, but it is not needed as of yet. Sethi just walks up and smite steals the Drake, beating out Swag in the battle of the junglers, and arguably their most important duty so far, considering neither of them have gone for the gank. And that's neutralized the dragon stacking for now. Sethi, hasn't had an impact in the lane, but at least it takes the Drake for free.
Yeah, that is going to be Sethi with the ultimate, or without the ultimate rather, with the smite, is going to be able to secure that for themselves, and no kills going down. Before, we saw these dragon fights as sort of the bloodiest part of the games of League of Legends, but now, both teams showing some game 5 restraint, not willing to, sort of put their tournament lives on the line for a single fight.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen we are not at Unleashed Teleport yet. We will be in 3 seconds thereabouts, and that will be, I imagine, when we see Pack and Kook start to try to find these TPs, try to find these TP flanks to join the team fights, come around on odd angles. But for the time being, Cook is the one that has a CS lead. It's currently at about 25-26. We'll hover around 30 here in just a minute, unless either of the junglers wants to try to have a say about it here soon. And of course, Gabe recall on the Vigar here as well. Sethi will spot out this ward. There should not be too big of a gank coming through, but is staying up here, clearing out wards, and just walks away. And Pack playing respectfully, but CS leads about 30 in the top lane, about 30 in the jungle as well, and only 20 for back towards the side of Exodia. I mean, even without any kills, it is a 1.3k gold lead already over to G&E Pearl.
G&E Pearl slowly incrementing their advantage. Obviously, you know, BDE is still going to have that team fight win condition, but besides the bot lane, I feel like every single other position is killing right now. But, you know, the bot lane, Exodia, being the carry for this team in both their wins, is, you know, the only player with an advantage. We'll see if Exodia can do what Exodia's been doing, you know, in games 1 and 4 and, you know, have a pop-off performance.
Yeah, and you know, I will say, Cook looks like Cook maybe learned their lesson from last time, has rushed the Sunfire Cape. Was not actually the first mythic on the table. Swag did complete the Turbo Chem tank, and of course other items completed. There's the Umbral Glaive on the Graves, and there is the Essence Reaver on Exodia. So we are starting to see these item completions come through, and Kennen as well, pack on this Kennen. Once that item comes in, you know, really, you know, that first item slicing Maelstrom can start to do a lot of damage and tear through the enemy team. But again, dragon spawning in about 2 minutes, I fully expect that, you know, since the second Rift Herald wasn't really contested, I fully expect that to be the big team fight where we see all these TPs and ultimates used.
Yeah, definitely waiting for BDE to sort of, you know, use their combo that they've sort of drafted this game around. And we will see once it gets into, you know, these items completions is probably what they're waiting for. You know, once they get that vision set up for the next objective, they can potentially, you know, start to hit the go button.
Yeah, and you know, just now we've seen the Rocket Belt completed on Pack, the Everfrost for Platinum Heart on this Predator Galio. We see the Gale Force for the Lucian. The only person without the mythic item that is not a support is currently Gabe Recall on the Vigar. And there we see the player gold, Sethi and Cook topping the leaderboards. I mean, you called it, you know, before the previous drafts, this draft looked a lot like game number 2, and Cook and Sethi are on top of the leaderboard in terms of gold. Again, Exodia close behind, but Cook and Sethi, man, it looks like maybe they are poised to carry once again, even though this Malphite hasn't gotten any solo kills in the top lane yet.
Yeah, definitely. Cook, even though he doesn't have the kill, he is up over 30 farm, which is, you know, not that good, especially if you're ranged into melee. The best luck. We will see, you know, laning is one thing, but the gold is close enough that it is still either team's game. Especially with this Rift Herald going down, potentially looking to try and open up this mid lane for the side of VDE. Both turrets are, both teams rather haven't done their first turret, so you know, that gold's not going to be taken right now, but that mid lane turret is a window of opportunity for BDE to get a gold lead.
Yeah, these teams, they are playing slow and steady. Nobody wants to overcommit as of yet. 18 minutes. This will be the latest first blood we've had. Swag, hold on, wants to go in. The Everfrost root comes down. Swag wants more. The culling is committed, but that is very, very early. The taunt is in. So is the second Everfrost. That is a kill. The Lucian falls to Exodia, but the first tower does go over to Cook on the top side of the map. Can BDE get more out of this? Ooh, that is a lot of damage for absolutely nothing. Platinum Heart goes in over the top when nobody was in the Cataclysm. A great flash from Gabe Recall. The fight is continuing in the mid lane. Platinum Heart is trying to back. Umi managed to flash out of the Nami bubble, but Sethi with the collateral damage takes off Renata's head, and all of a sudden things are turning in the favor of G&E once again.
Yeah, G&E losing the first blood, Ominous Penguin going down there, but a very good turnaround by Sethi with the collateral damage to the throat of Umi. Going to secure Prio on this dragon for themselves, but you know, it is Cloud Soul, so we will see Cloud Soul not, you know, necessarily known as the most impactful soul. You know, even if you give over the soul, if it gets to that point in the late game, it's just going to come down to execution, as we see Exodia barely getting out with the skin of his teeth, as we see Gabe Recall definitely hungry to show his prowess on this Vigar.
Yeah, and you know, didn't even have to use the ultimate. You know, the Primordial Burst was saved, unless the cooldown is already back, which I don't believe is the case. But you know, Graves, that collateral damage almost back up already. The culling almost back up. Nami Wave almost back up. These ultimates do not take much time. Exodia is able to cancel the TP pretty effectively there. Gabe Recall was pretty greedy with that one, and the turret goes over pretty much single-handedly into Exodia's pocket.
Yeah, Exodia already, a big threat, got that first blood, has that Essence Reaver, and is going to get that fully stacked Miramano soon. Poised to have a pop-off performance, but, it is going to be pretty much up to him, as the rest of his team is really only built to set up team fights. Maybe Pac, gets a huge slicing maelstrom, but besides that, it's just going to be Exodia. And, if I had to put my faith in anyone on the side of BDE right now, it would be Exodia. So we will see if he's able to pull it off.
Yeah, and there is, of course, you called it, the Muramana completed. The Manamune purchased immediately transforms with the fully stacked tier. Does have the 2 items now to match the Graves with 2 items. And Swag and Platinum Heart, they are after Cook. Cook does commit the ultimate to get on out of there. Platinum Heart did proc the Predator boots. But hey, a pretty important team fight ultimate down. We will have to see if BDE can try to take advantage of that. Thing is, that will be up before the Dragon in 3 minutes.
We'll see. Look at these. Both teams are trying to find advantages for themselves. Swag sort of staying by Platinum Heart, maybe seeing if Cook oversteps it. I don't want to say it's a desperation play, but it just doesn't seem like something that's that easy setting here, even for the counter gank. This is going to evolve into a 2v2.
That was the flash, though. A very, very good taunt forces Cook to get out of there. So flash down, ultimate down. That didn't even need Swag there to make that happen, although he was present. Maybe BDE Lucid, they're starting to get things together a little bit, put a little bit more pressure on to G&E Pearl, make it so that going into the next team fight, they have just that fewer resources. That might be the turning point. That might be the difference.
Now we see, looking at these advantages, Genie is still, up 1 Drake, up to about 1.5k gold. And this Vigar is still scaling. Seti is, still scaling. Graves, even though he's going the lethality build, still is scary if he can one-shot your carry, one-shot someone like Exodia, who's, gonna be, the last hope for BDE in this series.
Yeah, and Exodia is slippery, has the flash, has the arcane shift, has the exhaust as well, and we'll have pretty much everybody protecting them. And that might just be enough to avoid the collateral damage, but at the same time, Graves can hop over walls, can get creative ganking paths, and at the end of the day, it is burst damage, not consistent sustained damage, and that is the death of every mobile AD carry everywhere. But it is like, you're exactly right. For Lucid, they haven't really been able to get that much control over these objectives, including really even turrets yet. They got the mid tier 1. We are 1-to-1 on turrets, but this has been a very, very slow game. And at some point, Galio just isn't really gonna do much into Graves Vagar Lucian. It's just, he'll get his ultimate off, and I have yet to see, I think, a single successful Galio ultimate.
Yeah, Galio not having the impact that we really would have hoped, even when it was played in the support role, not really shown to be like that impactful of a pick. The only time I really saw it was game 1 when Umi was able to get that, big 4-man taunt. But since then, I haven't seen a Galio really do much. We'll see if Platinum Hearts can make us eat our words in some of these later game team fights. But until then, we're sort of just waiting for one team to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and Cook down here on the bottom side of the map is just getting vision. Maybe, it looks like he might be getting caught out, but the rest of the team is there. That is the flag and drag sent out from Swag. But again, Cook commits the ultimate to get out of there. That is a team fight cool down gone. Since he didn't have the flash, he had to go for it. But Pac, maybe he's getting caught out, does manage to dash out of there himself. The Dragon is started up by BDE Lucid. This is a full 5v5. The handshake comes through, but Call gets out of there. The near sight comes in from the smoke screen, but there's the Cataclysm, and there's the ultimate we were looking for. The taunt comes in. There's the root on to Cook. Can Cook get out of there in time? Just barely, but the Lucian falls. Viz is trying to run. Sethi Sethi is so low. Exodia just needs one Q on any of them to take them down, and Pack only needs a single shuriken, and there goes the Graves. Exodia gets the kill. 4-1 on the scoreboard for BDE Lucid. They get another Drake.
That was the fight that BDE was looking for, burning the unstoppable force in the play before gives them so much free reign, as we see in the replay. As Malphite more of a liability used to handshake into Gabe Recall, and look at that fight, the Cataclysm into the Galio. The Cataclysm only locking up Gabe Recall, but the rest of the team just wasn't prepared for it. Ominous Penguin just looking desperately for something in the back of the fight, but goes down, and then Exodia able to open up onto the rest of the team. As we see, look at this snipe coming through, gets the E, doesn't even need the Q. I guess it wasn't a snipe if the targeted E killed it, but the Q would have hit. The Q would have hit.
Exactly. And, you know, phenomenal play from Pack to zone Sethi back towards the tower and gift the kill over to Exodia. That absolutely could have been a shuriken kill to the Graves face, but hey, you know, get your carry the kills. He's done so well so far. Ooh, Platinum Heart needs to get out of there. There are 3 members up here. Goes with the dash away and is perfectly fine. G and E, it's now up to them. You know, where are they going to try to set up? They did just lose the last team fight. Do they think, hey, maybe that was just positioning? Maybe if you have if they have Malphite ult, it's probably a much different team fight. And so they need to figure out how they can approach it. Maybe this Baron coming up here soon, either as a trade for the next Drake or just they try to force it and take it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what G&E Pearl respond with. They, Gabe Recall and said they still looking to farm up. They have, high CS numbers, not as high as Cook's Malphite, but I think gold on the Malphite is significantly less important than gold on the carries. We'll have to see. And
there we go. Exodia, topping the gold charts, has passed Sethi and Cook finally. I mean, if you're Lucid, I think, it could be better, but you're happy with that. If most of the gold is on Cook, exactly as you said, I mean, he's just building tank.
Yeah, tank items are useful, right? But like once this Ezreal has that Surreal's Grudge, it's going to be a lot less useful than, items on the carries, items on the Vigar specifically, waiting for that decap to come in. That is going to be a big AP infusion with, how much that AP scaling gets with that percent increase. That means instead of every stack giving Vigar 1 AP, it's effectively going to give Vigar 1.3 AP. And those numbers start to add up. Vigar ends games with like very, very, very high AP numbers, especially if it gets into the late game.
Yeah, and what interests me so much is that, Cook, again, like this isn't a Mordekaiser. This isn't something like even the set that we saw Lucid play last time. This is a Malphite, and tank items, they are good. They do, they provide a lot of utility and frontline, but it's very interesting that they aren't trying to rotate Penguin down to, these objectives, these turrets, to at least even try and get them. They're just saying, hey, you know what, Cook, just keep taking the money and do what you will with it. Meanwhile, Platinum Heart and Cook, they're just duking it out. These Everfrosts are coming in pretty clutch, and Cook just has to keep running away from this Galio. It seems like maybe now the answer into this Malphite is just put the Galio there, and he can't really kill him.
Yeah, this isn't like game 3, I believe, where Genie Pearl had the Scion that was a big, side lane threat where you couldn't just, you always had to be thinking about the Scion. You have to think about the Malphite too, but if, Malphite's in the side lane, you no longer have to think about it. You just make sure someone's like catching the waves and is not that same level of threat, and, you wonder if maybe this Malphite pick isn't going to have the same impact that it did game 2.
Yeah, it definitely isn't without 3 solo kills. And Swag is on the hunt, maybe. Needs to be careful. There are 3 members here. Puts the flag down for vision and sees the Nami running away. And, Sethi, I think, maybe got some Krugs out of that, a little bit of additional farm. And again, does still have about a 45 CS lead on Swag in the jungle. And in the top lane, there is, what was that, a 60 CS lead for Cook, which is quite impressive. That is another big chunk out of Penguin, and even a chunk out of Recall as well. So I mean, if you're, I'm honestly starting to think now, if you're Ominous Penguin, less CS than the Ezreal. I don't think Penguin has even gotten a single turret. I think they have both gone into the Malphite. If you're this Lucian, it kind of feels like, where's my money? I'm supposed to be the AD carry. I'm not given the chance to do much carrying. And, once again, Cook commits the flash and the ultimate to get out of there. And that is once again right before the dragon fight.
I've seen this before. That is another Malphite ult not being used to do anything for the team, and this time G&E Pearl no, they just have to give up this third dragon, and that is, oh wait, we see the play coming out from Platinum Heart though.
That is a huge taunt. He managed to get one into the Everfrost root, tries to go in for the dash knock up, goes golden at 1 HP, isn't able to commit the ult in. The hostile takeover goes through, but Swag falls. Pack was not there yet. Is he going to try to get the slicing maelstrom in? No, is just going to keep kiting for the team. Oh goodness, Platinum Heart went a little bit too hard, a little bit too aggressive. They lose the mid-tier 1 turret for it.
Yeah, we see that was such a good, play by specifically the Nami. I want to highlight that tidal wave really stopping any of Swag's engage. So you see, yeah, here's a replay coming through. So let's look at first the initial engage. The Predator coming out from the Galio. Sees Gabe recall alone, forced to flash and get the W, but no one is there to follow up on the CC. By the time Platinum Heart goes back in, he's almost dead. The rest of the team is there, and the Nami ult dissuades Swag from going in early. He still goes after the Nami ult, but by that time, the rest of the team is ready to just execute him. And really good kiting back from the side of G&E Pearl, but more importantly, just really uncoordinated from the side of BDE.
Yeah, it seemed like just a little bit off, just a little bit too aggressive. And now, that gold lead for G and E, it is growing once again. 3K. They are all wearing purple. I believe that is indeed every single one of them. And there we saw it was getting so close, that gold advantage. BDE, they had almost completely made up for it. And then the huge spike comes through again, with that team fight not going in their favor. Good news for them is, the Baron buff will fall off with about a minute left until the next Cloud Dragon respawns. And, Pack getting turrets, getting gold up in the top lane. The Cyrilda's Grudge completed for Exodia, but this siege is going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, this siege, especially with the threat of Veigar Cage's Veigar Dark Matters, is going to be so hard for BDE to do anything but find and engage. Find an angle to take this game back, take control back. A flank from Pack, and we see on the minimap, Pack is looking for something.
Oh, but he's going to get spotted on vision. His entire path is seen here. He's going to get caught out. He gets stunned up. He can't even press the R button, and Platinum Heart is far too late. The entire team is far too late. The carries are down. Platinum Heart goes golden, but it's way too late. You can't buy time if you've already lost it. That is foregone. This is a Baron buff at 32 minutes. These are massively long respawn timers. Umi is the only one left standing and has already used the hostile takeover. This game 5 turned in an instant. G and E take it down and eliminate BDE Lucid.
It was a banger. Just that one difference, that one flank means the end of the game. Pack looking to make a hero play, but is spotted out and executed instantly. Gabe recall hitting him with a dark matter to the throat to seal the fates of BDE Lucid. And that is game 5 going to G&E Pearl.
Dang, for a second, it started to look so good. But, in the end, just phenomenal warding from the side of G&E Pearl. That's, if anything, that last game at the very least tells you, hey, make sure you put down your goddamn wards and you'll just win the game.
Literal vision gap as we see that game closed out. It was a valiant performance from the side of BDE, but it was not enough. Exodia doing their absolute best in some of these later games, but it's a good way to go out, in a close series like this, leaving everything on the Rift. You have to respect it.
Indeed, going out fighting. Well, that being said, it is certainly late. Once again, congratulations to G&E Pearl. They will go on to face TD Syndicate next in loser bracket finals. Once again, it'll be a best of 5 elimination match to determine who goes on to the grand finals to try to win the whole thing. But again, BDE Lucid, congrats on at least making it this far. Congrats on making it a banger. Thank you all so much for watching from the cast and the crew, me, Daydream Exernian, our wonderful producer, and thank you all for coming out and watching this phenomenal game. Be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Can we bring to fall the giants?